WTF Forum is a decentralized broadcast network with no governing body of any kind and is produced and distributed by a loosely affiliated, ever-growing network of rogue, independent content creators. This forum does not, will not, and shall not have any one location, RSS feed, platform, or channel, but shall be shared and multiplied as nature dictates.
Welcome to the WTF Forum. The hosts do not give financial, legal, medical, or any kind of advice. Opinions are their own. This broadcast contains foul language and dangerous ideas. If you need a trigger warning, you are in the wrong place. Now enjoy the show.
Projectile vomit, hot diarrhea, spewing all out of my ass. Box of dead puppies mixed with monkey guts, they really give me gas. Shit all over a cemetery while I'm shooting dope. Pus-covered crackhead eating his toe jam, flashing his dick at the Pope, and everybody sing fuck, 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 shit. Shit, 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 fuck. Elephant penis stuck in a kitten, covered in crack hoe shit. Horse intestines baked in a casserole, served to some preschool kids. Niggers, kikes, spics, slants, and gooks, let's not give them a pass. If you're insulted, I don't apologize. Suck a gay rhino's ass, and everybody sing fuck, 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 shit. Shit, 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 fuck.
Fuck you! This whole company can slap my knob. Fuck all y'all. Fuck this job. Without me here, this place is screwed. Y'all don't know half the shit I do. You should have understood from the get-go. I ought to be running this shithole. P.S. I pissed in the coffee pot. Took a big dump in the parking lot. Hit a dildo in the drawer. Kiss my ass, I'm out the door. Fuck this job, fuck you boss. Fuck your profit and fuck your loss. Fuck you, Linda, at the front desk too. Guy in the mail room, fuck you. This whole company can slap my knob. Fuck all y'all, fuck this job.
Welcome to the WTF Forum, y'all. Tonight I thought we would talk about obscenity. So I just figured we'd start with some obscenity. Fuck it, right? Do you guys know Wheeler Walker Jr.? Also, before I open it up, welcome to the forum, Trevor Green. I always want to call you by your real name, but I'm trying not to. How you doing, bub?
Good. I'm feeling pretty solid and enjoying the colder weather that has finally set in out here.
Your hair looks long, bro.
It's super long. Kind of getting to the point where I need to get it cut, but I'm seeing how far I can take it before I go insane.
Well, on that note, let's pass it around the horn. We also have the Swede. Let's just, you know what? Okay, I'm gonna turn off this music, even though it's great. But Swede, tell us what's what, dude. Like you're a fucking cripple now.
Yeah, I'm basically crippled. I got this little fucking knee brace after I broke my knee.
Yeah,
during anti-rape training. Yeah, it's the core tenets of Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
You were sparring.
If one man can hold you down, another man can rape you. And
Can
if
fuck
one
you,
man
yeah.
can hold you down, another man can rape you. Another man can fuck your mouth.
Yes.
Remember that, kids. Totally an original joke, not stolen.
Yeah, you stole it. I saw that one. I saw that meme. So you were what, sparring, and your knee
sparring.
your knee
I was
went
protecting
boom.
against the sweep, and then I just misplaced my leg, and it got caught and just stretched out, and then just twisted beyond any point of redemption.
Well,
So
and
fractures in my knee and probably some torn ACL or meniscus damage, but we'll see.
so I will just say for the listener, we are aware of the fact that we have some audio issues coming from the Swede, but we're just saying fuck it. It's okay. Who cares? It's the
I'm
little
being censored by the communist state of Sweden. Save me, please. Sponsor me,
I think the closer your mouth is to the mic, the worse the audio gets.
please. I will take any donations.
Well, you're only coming in from halfway around the world. And what time is it where you were at?
It's 15 minutes past 1 in the night.
In the night, in the morning, if you will. Yes.
In the morning, then.
Yes. As we say in the No Agenda Circle, in the morning. And on that note, Bear Snare, what's happening, bro? What's new with you?
What's up, guys? Well, like Trevor, it's cold here, and I've been wearing double layers all day, and yeah, I'm feeling cozy and glad to be here. It's been a while. It's good to see you guys, and it's nice to hang out with some new people too.
Yeah, man. Okay, so we'll see if the Swede can make it to Childerberg next year. But Bear, brother, come to Indy and you can ride with me the rest of the way, dude. Like, come to Childerberg, man.
Maybe we'll actually make it happen next year.
That would be kick-ass. You
Are
would
they putting
really
it at a different time? Did I see something about that?
Yes, yeah. It's now in October instead of May.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
I looked good instead of late May.
and low key.
So it's right in early deer season.
And it's not.
well, yeah.
Deer.
You might just have to poach a little early.
You say it's in the early deer season. That means you can snag a buck and bring it down to Chile, and we can.
Dude, we were literally talking about
Pack it in
buying a
salt.
pig, about buying a live pig and taking it to Chile, and it would be like a 3-day process where, like, day 1 we all just hang out with the pig and have fun and name it and like make it our pet, and then day two we fucking kill it and slaughter it and and start smoking it, and then day 3 we eat it. I mean,
Wow.
I think that would be a lot of fun.
And day 1, so when you're hanging out with it, you can be feeding it. You can be feeding it like all the junk food and beer and stuff. It'll be the happiest day of its life. And then when it wakes up miserable the next day, you can put it out of its misery.
It's everything finished.
Dude, I think it would be wicked fun. I'm just saying.
That would be amazing, but I think that if anything would bring the feds on us.
Nah,
Well,
not Texas.
yeah.
I'm not imagining
Don't
that
film
would
it. Don't broadcast.
No, I'm just imagining just a fucking abhorrent screaming of a pig echoing out over like the valley where we choose to be.
You mean when he wakes up hungover?
Well, I think it'll be kind of like there was a guy that went and like shot his suppressed rifle just to see if anybody heard. Yeah, I think like the question is, can we slaughter a pig without anybody noticing?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
We can do that.
Just gotta be quick.
And we are talking about the animal pig, so to speak.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking cops. Although we'll get there.
I was going to say I was on a different page. I thought we were talking about them the whole time.
Dude, Trev, you look like fucking John Lennon, bro. It's literally fucking my shit.
I have. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I'm just gonna get round glasses.
Yes, the round glasses. Yes.
Oh no, he has.
He looks like fucking John Lennon, doesn't he?
Did you
Yeah,
guys
it
see
kind
that
of does.
movie Yesterday, where it's like an alternate timeline for the Beatles?
Yeah.
They never became some big band and stuff, and John
They all
Lennon's
just
still
sucked.
alive.
Oh yeah. Yesterday, that British movie.
Yeah. Yep.
Wait, so
Yeah, it
this
was
is
cool.
like
It was
this
fun.
is like a Hollywood movie that
Yeah.
it was like
Well,
an
I don't know if
alternate
it's a Hollywood movie.
timeline
Yeah,
where the Beatles
Jeremy's in it.
don't get famous. Is that what you're
Right.
telling
Yeah,
me?
they just
Yeah.
don't become a band. They kind of break up after like just a year of playing together. They like,
Weird. What's this?
and
What's this
so
movie
there's
called?
this guy. So there's this guy from our universe where the Beatles are, like, they happened, and he just
Okay.
wakes up one day, and this universe, the Beatles never existed. So he just starts writing down all the songs and becomes the Beatles, basically.
What's the movie called?
Yesterday.
So it's like an alternate reality.
Yeah.
Weird. Trev, looking good, dude.
It looks like a mix between John Lennon and Ted Kaczynski.
Yeah. Yeah, put up
Holy
the hood.
fuck. Holy fuck.
I'm Ted Lennon.
Yeah, dude. You literally in 2 seconds went from John Lennon to Ted Kaczynski, like overnight. Yeah.
The viewers are saluting.
Well, okay. So on that note, let me pull up. I've got a clip here. So supposedly this United Healthcare guy, or rather the assassin of the United Healthcare guy, was a fan of Ted, Uncle Ted, as we affectionately call him.
Who isn't a fan?
Well, yeah, I'm thinking there's discussion to be had here, right? But goddamn, Trev, you look just like Uncle Ted right now. It's kind of freaking me out. All right, here we go.
Person in a chair and you paid for it all, though you may be unaware. You paid for the paper, you paid for the phone, you paid for everything they need to deny you what you're owed. There ain't no you in United Health, there ain't no me in the company, there ain't no us in the private trust. There's hardly humans in humanity. Now the procedure that you're needing ain't the cost-effective route, and only 2% of people end up winning a dispute. So if you get sick, pray to God for help, cause your doctor's gotta pray to United Health. Way back in 77, Mr. Richard T. Burke started buying HMOs, putting federal grants to work, made 50 billion buckaroos. Last year, the Warren Buffett of health, the Jeff Bezos of fear. Now CEOs come and go, and one just went. The ingredient you got, bake the cake you get. But if you get sick, cross your fingers for luck, cause old Richard T. Burke ain't giving a fuck. Commoditized health, monopolized fraud. Here's the doctors we own and the research we bought. They own the pharmacies and a lot of the meds. They should start buying graves to sell us when we're all dead. There ain't no you in United Health, there ain't no me in the company, there ain't no us in the private trust. There's hardly humans in humanity. There's hardly humans in humanity.
Bob Dylan.
Yeah, he might be the next Bob Dylan. Speaking of biopics, I actually am kind of curious to see this Bob Dylan movie. But we've shared some of this guy's music in the past. I think this guy is pretty well switched on. And if we are not already kicked off of YouTube for copyright infringement, go to Rumble, okay? Everybody go to Rumble. That's where you can more or less, depend on us being not kicked off. YouTube, hit or miss. But what do you all think? I'm very, very curious because this United Health assassination has clearly brought a very nuanced discussion sort of to the forefront. So I'm curious what you all think.
He should have been nuanced in the shooting, had one in each kneecap, then in the head.
You are choppy as fuck fuck, man, I wish we could figure this audio thing out, but what?
It's probably for the better.
Okay. If you said anything incriminating, just keep it to yourself.
I will not comment.
No comment. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
You're right that it started an important conversation, and it's funny because that's what's happened from the initial murder, and since then there's been a whole lot of psyopy bullshit that like nothing lining up, the story just not making sense and all that kind of shit, which is typical for these things, which makes you wonder like what originally was like. It seemed like it's a thing that makes sense, like some guy gets fucked over by the insurance company and goes and finds the CEO of that insurance company and takes him out. Like that in itself kind of makes sense, but then why all the confusion around it, and why
the clip of him being like taken into, I guess, the jail or the courthouse or whatever, where he goes, "This is an insult to the intelligence of the American people," something, something, something. And then he says something about lived experience, right? And in my mind, as soon as I heard him say the words lived experience, I'm like, oh, this is probably what we're being told. Like, this is a lefty who has beef with like capitalism, blah, blah, blah. But the more I thought about it, I'm like, it really, the tone sounded a hell of a lot like Lee Harvey Oswald when he goes, "I'm a patsy." Right? Have you seen that clip where Lee Harvey Oswald goes, "I'm just a patsy. This is all nonsense. This is lies. This isn't what I didn't do this, And so part of me is inclined to think that this, what's his name? Luigi Gia something Italian-y, whatever. Like, I don't know, man. He might just be the next Lee Harvey Oswald.
Well, it's kind of similar. So there was some kind of thing that happened with a shotgun that we covered here on the forum, and he also etched that "they made me do it" into the barrel of the shotgun.
Yeah, that was the Navy Yard shooter.
This.
Yes. Like he did it, but at the same time he was claiming
a very different message than what this guy had, which was just about what the insurance companies do. It wasn't "they made me do it." It was like, here's motives, right? Any thoughts, Trev? Swede?
For me, it just screams kind of psyop. Like in the beginning, I was like, when I first saw it, like, oh fuck, they caught him, because like they're doing a statewide, almost national manhunt. They're like, this is super professional, how he did it, blah blah blah. The decoy with the backpack with the Monopoly money, everything planned out.
Yeah, what the fuck was that about? The Monopoly
money?
The
man is just fucking trolling, which is legendary, but just fucking a red herring, which worked. But then it's like, then he gets caught in a McDonald's in a Pennsylvania, because like it feels so off that a McDonald's employee who's that public, because their colleagues would rat out someone when everyone on all levels are basically like, fuck this bitch ass motherfucker. And then it's just like, oh, he conveniently had a manifesto, the gun, and like other shit in a new backpack, and was wearing the same clothes and like the same ordeal, like almost like a couple of days later. It's like,
Yeah, I don't think they got the same guy, honestly.
Dude, I'm kind of with you. I'm kind of with you.
I do not trust that they got the same guy.
The whole eyebrow thing, like it seems obvious, but at the same time, like, could be true. Like,
well, and I've seen pictures of like 4 different people who are supposed to be him from random internet sources, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know.
You know, the funniest
Also-
the funniest one was I saw somebody. It was like the shot from the CCTV camera where he's smiling. I guess maybe at the McDonald's or whatever it was.
No, that's at the hostel.
At the hostel, right. And next to it was a picture of Rachel Maddow, and like the point was like, yeah, you could pretty much make this guy look like darn near anybody, like, you know, based on the eyebrows and the smile. He actually looks a lot like Rachel Maddow, you know, like.
Did you hear why he pulled down the mask there at the hostel? The apparent reason.
Yeah, he's trying to get his dick wet, supposedly.
Yeah, apparently.
Right.
Fucking Italians.
Well, Trev, I want to know what you think, man, because of all of us, you probably have more of a grasp on how psyops work.
I don't know if I would say that.
What do you think, though? Well, I mean, what's your take?
So I'm going to hold to the party line, you know, as Carr and Aaron and Bird stick with. This is just a radicalized normie.
Sure. Yeah,
but
yeah.
I also, I mean, I think that just as much as like each side wants to use someone or something to make stuff happen, like, okay, get some guy who's already off the reservation, go out there with a silencer and be willing to get like wrapped up. I could see that happening. My first instinct before everyone else, you know, put their opinions out there was this is just a pissed off person who found like this is a pissed off person who got really lucky, because you don't just happen upon the United Healthcare CEO walking down the street coming from Atlanta with a gun into New York City. You don't just happen to leave the city.
Apparently he at least knew where the guy lived.
Yeah.
I mean,
well, and that's the thing is, a lot of it is, it's kind of weird. Like, how did nobody see a pattern of research, see this kind of like, you know, capability being built out? I mean, he might have used cash to buy tickets to get from here to there, or that kind of info, but it's not normal for someone to be able to build the pattern of life of somebody who's that high profile and then get the drop on them. So
you've got a point. And the story we're being sold is that this dude like rode a Greyhound bus to New York City.
Yeah. And that he worked alone.
And that he was, exactly, totally alone. Yeah.
Yeah.
Very sus.
Yeah. I think that he was working with somebody, and I think that the goal was for, I'm not even sure if I believe that the same guy got caught, kind of like you guys. It seems something's weird here. Also, leaving any part of New York, there's plenty of bodies of water to cross, to ditch all the different parts of that gun. They disappear into the water. Nobody ever finds anything. You like, okay, shave your head, do this, do that, lay low, get rid of all of the gear that you have. Something's off about this story, but I'm not sure where they're taking the psyop. And I think the key is we're maybe needing to look at something else. Like, there's something else going on that we should be paying attention to, rather than, is he the guy? What's going on there?
And it's definitely the aliens in the sky.
Yeah, I mean, it's also really weird how many photos they're taking of him, like when they're processing him in jail, like a fucking photo shoot.
And here's the thing, like, I'm sure they're just looking for people wearing the same clothing and shit, and rounding up whoever they have like some kind of profile on who's like wearing that clothing. And then like it could be just some random guy with like an online profile that they find they don't like.
Look at this. If you were going to pick somebody to radicalize a bunch of women into being anti-healthcare, to get like a bunch of, basically just a bunch of, he's a thirst trap for the other side. And that's the whole point. Because
That's
what do
interesting.
women love? They love killers. They love the bad boy. They love the
cracks me
guy.
up. Dude, it cracks
We
me
love
up.
a
It's
real
like,
man.
Now,
so
now
should make
these,
Childerberg into Kilderberg is what you're saying.
yeah. Well, these
That's how we get the women.
these lefties are all of a sudden probably going to be proponents of the Second Amendment. You know, maybe it's
That's pushing it.
but like, oh, ghost guns aren't so bad all of a sudden, you know?
Let them come once or twice more, and then they'll forget about it.
Yeah, it's very hard for them to
Get the horny out of their
figure
head.
out that is actual equality.
The ultimate
I was
equalizer.
thinking like a bit weird, and this like skitzing out. I was just thinking, everyone is just so hyper focused on this shit, and then just Syria falls.
Yeah, what the fuck? That came out of the blue.
And you know, like those rebels, you know, backing, and then just Israel swooping in more land, and Hezbollah losing support from Syria because Assad's gone, and then like, oh, now Lebanon is more of a grab for Israel if they want to. It's like, what the fuck is happening over there now? As soon as the entire like public is looking at the United Healthcare shit.
Well, I do tend to think that this is probably a distraction. Real, not real, you know, was Luigi the guy or is he a patsy? You know, who honestly fucking cares? But I will share this. I thought this was at least a well-reasoned kind of take on the whole thing. And this is from PSR, who is well known in our circles, also known print, shoot, repeat. He is the guy when it comes to 3D printed guns, which supposedly a 3D printed gun was used in this assassination. So let me just play you a couple minutes here and we'll come back.
Did the United Healthcare CEO shooter use a 3D printed gun? And if so, what gun would he have used? And did he use a 3D printed suppressor? Let's roll the intro, even though this video is definitely going to be age restricted and demonetized. Well,
real guns now, oh yeah. Also got a Patreon, the link is in description. Got some merch too.
Of PSR. We're not at the range today. We're just going to be talking a little bit of discussion because it's very current events. It just came out today that the shooter of the United Healthcare CEO was identified. I'm not going to list his name, and I'm really not going to get into the political ideology behind his actions, but I do think it's pretty important to talk about the firearms part of this whole scenario, which I find captivating. But first, I got to thank the channel sponsor. The question has been answered. The evidence photo of the gun apparently used in this murder was released, and it is a 3D printed gun. It is what appears to be a V1 Chairman 1 design, Gen 3, I think, Glock 19 aftermarket slide with suppressor height sights, threaded barrel, and this is a design which utilizes the V2 rails. It's originally designed by Navigo Boom. It's pretty insane. I'm going to continue to go throughout the video talking about whether it was or wasn't a 3D printed gun, which we now know the answer to. Developing very fast, so situation is fluid, but I can confirm that that is a 3D printed gun. Looks like PLA, but can't tell you what material it is now. Enjoy the rest of the video. I'm going to continue referring to it whether or not it was or wasn't 3D printed, but now we know the answer. All right, so you can see here, I've got a suppressed pistol. This is indeed a 3D printed suppressed pistol. The silencer, the suppressor, whatever you want to call it, is not 3D printed. This is a Resilient RSP. It is not a DIY suppressor. It is just one from the factory from Resilient Suppressors, and it's got a Nielsen device in it, or a piston. Now the piston, essentially, I'm not going to get into the deep details, but it allows a semi-automatic handgun like this one, a Glock, to function reliably with the suppressor attached here. You guys can look up how a Nielsen device works, but that's what it does. It essentially allows a semi-automatic pistol to function with a suppressor on it. If it didn't have a piston on it, which I do have a direct thread mount, which I could put it on here, it would probably do very similar things to what we saw in the video where Mr. Thompson gets shot. Now here comes the sort of spicy part. It sounds like it was a quote-unquote ghost gun or a DIY firearm that was involved in this shooting. They're saying that it's potentially a 3D printed gun. What are the odds that it's a 3D printed suppressor? Well, I think they're kind of high, honestly. Now, it could have been a solvent trap. Up until not that long ago, you could find these things, albeit you'd have to file a Form 1 legally. You could legally do it. You could find these things in certain places, right? But the ATF has cracked down quite a bit on that recently. It leads me to believe, with the development of these 3D printed suppressors, which we've seen, I have done reviews of them. If you want to check out my review of the FTN 3 9mm suppressors, check out the video link. I will put it in the description. It's got a lot of information in it. So the FTN 3 9mm suppressors are suppressors that are meant predominantly for 9mm and pistols, so a handgun. They are utilizing one baffle stack that is 3D printed. Now, we tested it in PLA, and it was shocking how long the PLA baffles lasted, and the fact that it was actually able to cycle on a Beretta M9, Beretta 92. Now, we didn't really try it on a Glock because we figured it probably was not going to cycle. It would have been interesting in hindsight to do that test, but we thought maybe because the Beretta M9 does not have a tilting barrel, it has a fixed barrel, it would cycle without a Nielsen device or a piston inside. What we found was it did cycle with the 3D printed suppressor with no Nielsen device inside of it, and it functioned with 115 grain normal ammo. It did.
Okay, so I'm stopping there because there was a lot of conjecture about what type of firearm this was. Some people said it was a well rod, which is a World War II spy gun that requires it's basically bolt action, where you have to twist and pull out the bolt to cycle the weapon. And based on the video of supposedly, quote unquote, Luigi Giovanni, whatever the fuck ID name, people were like, "Oh, it's a well rod. It's a this or a that," because it looks like he's cycling every round. No, it was a malfunction. It was a 3D printed. We now know this for sure. 3D printed Glock that had a suppressor on it that caused it to malfunction, and basically it required manual cycling for every shot. So again, I guess I bring this up to say, like, wait and hold your horses until more information comes out, because so many people were so convinced about certain facts regarding this assassination, and as the truth comes out, things are becoming a little more clear. Any thoughts?
Are you sure you trust the truth as it comes out? Like, I don't know.
Well, it's better. It's better 3 or 4 days after the fact than it is the day of.
Sometimes
I'm not saying it's.
Not in the
I'm not
case of
saying
Las
it's perfect,
Vegas.
but
In the case of Las Vegas, the only truth that ever came out was like in the first hours of reporting.
You do have a point, man. Like, we knew, quote unquote, more about
And that doesn't mean
the Trump assassins would be than we don't know shit about those guys, but we know everything about this guy.
right. Why?
Yeah. Yeah. Trev, any thoughts?
Is it because he had a 3D printed gun?
Well, this might be part of the psyop, right? Like, ghost guns are the enemy.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out how to, like, get as many people on the ghost gun train. There's also a bunch of the stuff going down with the NFA where they're potentially going to take away some of the more onerous parts of that. And if they can get enough ground support to be like, oh, no, don't do that. We need this to be, restricted, or this is clearly a dangerous item that's been used in assassinations. They might be playing that angle. The other side is, if they can kind of start to screw around with the way that the public perceives the healthcare industry and all of the stuff, that would be I don't want to, like, go too far out over my skis, but that might be an attempt to, I guess, forerun some of this Department of Government Efficiency. One of the reasons why American healthcare is so high is the sheer number of like extra people and steps that you go through when you bill for anything. Just anything in the healthcare system has to go through this private company who has a profit incentive at each level. So, I mean, you can go to a lot of places and pay cash and pay much less than if you actually pay through insurance.
You can go to Mexico and get a root canal for $20.
Yeah. So getting more people on board with just kind of gutting these institutions might also be the play. I'm not sure. I'm not willing to hang my hat on anything, but you kind of start looking and you see, oh, some of these are equally, it's Schrodinger's assassin who sent him.
So, okay, Trev, I will say real quick, I tried to adjust your mic settings and it actually made you quieter. I'm trying to get more volume. If you have any way of doing that on your end, turn up the knob if you can, but explain what you just said. What the
Schrodinger's cat?
Schrodinger. Yeah. I know. So I've heard about the Schrodinger's cat paradox. But
yeah, it's kind of the idea.
What you mean? Yeah.
Right now, because we don't know who sent him or what the actual motives are, what side, white hat, black hat, no hat, he's psyoping from, then does it really matter? You kind of have to start to build into the equation, like the outcomes, despite what this one input is. And if you can solve for the outputs despite that one input, or at least get close, then you're probably going to get closer to a workable solution. And I mean, it's not like we have any solutions that we need to come up with. It's just the idea of maybe don't get wrapped around the axle of who sent him, get more wrapped around the axle of what are the logical implications and the downstream effects of this, whether it was Nancy Pelosi killing one of her ex-lovers or Donald Trump offing some guy who screwed him on a deal back in the day. Who cares? What does it mean for the future?
Anybody else? Thoughts at this point?
I agree that is the way in which it really matters to us, but I certainly don't have answers to exactly what that is, this is a case where it seems like the motivation of controllers is hard to figure, because it seems like it is pointing out like a real problem that unless RFK sent the guy or something, like who's trying to point this out? I don't know.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to figure out the exact motives of everything when it's just misinformation and misdirection at every point.
So this is partly my point. Sorry, Bear, go ahead if you will. I was about to transition to kind of a new topic, so I don't want to cut off any thoughts.
All right, yeah, this is relevant to this topic. Sort of it is. There's a quote, I don't remember who said it, but when peaceful revolution becomes impossible, then violent revolution becomes inevitable. And I think that's kind of where we're at. We've seen the justice system fail over and over again. We've seen how it's just been inverted and turned like weaponized on the actual people who are trying to just lead good lives for defending themselves, while the people who are committing all the crimes are let go free, obviously, in wide open. So that's kind of where we're at. There are going to be, hopefully, people stepping up and defending themselves. Now, it's hard to make the case that this guy was defending himself, obviously, but like I said, when peaceful revolution becomes impossible, violent revolution becomes inevitable, and that's just how it's going to go, unfortunately.
You know, I'll plug on that note. I just got introduced to, I believe the show. I have not listened to the show itself. I listened to one of the people who's producing the show get interviewed, but I think the show is called, oh god damn, it's about a guy who got killed by the police. Oh,
yeah, that doesn't narrow it down.
Yeah, that happens a lot. But I'll have to go look it up. Basically, long story short, a cop showed up to this guy's house without a warrant. And the cop claims that the guy pulled a gun on him and he shot the guy. I'll have to find out what it's called. The something effect. It took place in Grand River or Great Falls or whatever, Wyoming. I gotta find this, but the whole point is, it doesn't matter what happened. Like, the guy, according to the story, as far as I've heard, the guy was simply defending himself from a cop, quote unquote, who was not in uniform, not driving a squad car, didn't have a warrant in hand, but came onto the property nonetheless. Again,
this sounds familiar.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember which show I was listening to that was covering this, but I believe it was Great. Is it Great Falls, Wyoming? I think that's a town.
I don't know.
Anyways, point being, like you were saying, Trev, like, don't hang your hat on any one story initially. Like, you really got to just hold your horses and wait until the truth comes out, right? I think we make the mistake oftentimes, and I will say, like, certain people in our community from the Childerberg community, they might have hung their hat on this Luigi Giovanni or whatever I don't remember his last name. That's because he's Italian. People want to like, you know, have a hero, and I'm not convinced this is our guy, you know, like, but the connection with Ted Kaczynski and the Unabomber manifesto, and this guy had his own manifesto. I mean, it's been fascinating to try to keep up with it, but I still don't have a firm opinion, right? Like, fuck the health insurance companies. Sure. Yeah. But, like, this whole story is kind of weird.
I don't think he did it. But even if he did do it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. Well, that's how a lot of people feel.
Yeah, like, I'm certainly not mourning the guy who was killed. I didn't know him, you know, but from my perspective, it sounds like he might have had some karma coming his way. He knew it or not. And that's the thing, like, as a CEO of a company, you're just trying to make money, you know. That's probably his motivation.
Dude, I mean,
but
yeah, like, do I mind?
In the meantime, he's killing people doing it with the decisions he makes. So
do I mind CEOs looking over their shoulder? No, I don't mind that one bit. Do I think it's any one person's job to go and execute somebody based on personal feelings? No. Like, yes. You know, like, I can believe both things at the same time.
It's no one's job, apparently, to deal some kind of justice to, like, Anthony Fauci or someone. Like, get them out of society. I don't care if you kill them or not. Just get them out of society. That guy should not still be on TV, you know?
And this is why it's such an, interesting topic. Trev, I feel like I was hearing you trying to chime in there. Anything?
I mean, the only thing that I'm sad about is that the guy didn't have a chance to potentially, like, redeem himself, like, see the error of his ways and come back from that.
Sure.
And that's a bummer. But yeah, I guess I'm just in the mindset that you are of, let's not make this dude a hero before we know that he is, because likely he isn't. Look at all the people. I mean, look at all of the fucking nonsense that's going on with the like special ops community, and each one of those guys is turning out to be just as much of a douchebag as they seemed.
So, what are you talking about? Some like specific podcasters?
Yeah, like Garantham, like Jocko potentially having weird stuff. Like, I don't know if any of it's true, if any of it's not, but everybody wants to make something out of it.
Don't lionize a guy that doesn't, clearly deserve it. Like, don't make somebody into Jesus Christ that is not Jesus Christ, right? Like, I genuinely, my assumption about this Luigi guy, if in fact he was the shooter, my assumption is that he had a serious case of like narcissistic personality disorder, that he wanted to be a martyr, that he wanted to get caught. Like, he almost went out of his way to get caught. Like, if he got out of New York City, he could have gotten away with it, period. If he had just like changed his appearance or whatever. Like, it does, according to the story we've been told.
As the narrative goes, it's like, he almost did it. He almost got away.
He wanted the credit. I believe he's a narcissist, and that he wanted the credit. I mean, we live in a world now where the number one like currency is attention, and as the kids call it, cred. Right?
Yeah.
Like,
well, and also I'm pretty sure I've seen movies in which people have to go do something and make sure they do it publicly so that the people blackmailing them know they did it.
Yeah, could be. Die Hard.
And when he gets out of prison, think about all the
I hate certain
like pussy that he's gonna get of all those chicks who are obsessed with the true crime podcasts.
Dude, isn't that a weird
Bundy on steroids?
Isn't that a phenomenon though? Like these chicks that are turned on by serial killers? Like, that's a weird thing.
Yeah, just wait until they hear about Ed Kemper.
I don't know who that is. Is that a Swede?
That's the co-ed killer down in Cali.
Oh.
He cut the heads of women and fucked their heads and throats, like into the necks.
Jesus.
Damn.
Well, you might have just provided a very good transition here, actually. Believe it or not. But have you guys ever heard? So there's this dude, Mike Diana is his name. He was apparently the only artist ever to be charged under obscenity laws. And you know what? Okay, before I go there, I'm gonna take you guys for a little bit of a ride here. Okay, we're gonna talk about art, porn, and gore. Okay. These are all very intense kind of topics here, but let me just take you for a ride. Give it a sec.
I don't like this.
Oh! Sorry. You can't do that.
What the hell, man? How'd you get in here?
I'm your Republican congressman. Now that we're in charge, we're banning porn nationwide.
You can't tell me what to do. Get out of my bedroom, you creep.
I won the last election, so it's my decision. I'm just going to watch and make sure you don't finish illegally.
I'm kind of into it.
Okay, so you all
got my vote.
I meant to have another clip lined up, but I didn't get that.
Do you guys want to know why my wife voted for Trump?
You've seen that ad, right?
I think I did see it once. Yeah,
I've seen it.
If you want to know why my wife voted for Trump, it was because of the Kamala ads. Not that one specifically, but all of them.
No kidding.
They were all just so fucking bad. Like, so, like, she knows she's married to me, so she knows what's up, and she knows how many lies? Like every single fucking thing they said was a fucking lie.
Mm-hmm.
And not that your Republican congressman isn't watching you masturbate. I'm sure he is. But but a lot of the just like it was just so offensive to us watching those being berated with them. All the fear mongering and the way it was done on false, like they're still doing like the Trump Russia thing and like all these things that are just so known, so blatantly false. It's just like it's unbearable. And so she's like, fuck it, I don't like Trump, but you know what? Don't want her. that was it, you know?
So this whole thing with porn has become like a lightning rod, if you will. It's become a political issue. They have politicized porn. And let me just give you a little something to chew on here.
Pornography is a public health crisis that is ruining lives. Right. Do you think that is true?
I am living proof.
This year, the Republican Party added a new point to its platform, saying that pornography is a public health crisis and it has ruined millions of lives. So we're here at the convention to talk to Republicans about what they think of that.
I agree with that sentiment, yes.
Do you think that that's an appropriate thing for a political party to be focusing on?
Yeah, actually I do. It interferes with a healthy relationship that a man should have with a woman.
Pornography is a disgusting bane on our civilization. It's nothing different than adultery.
Do you think that pornography is a public health crisis that needs to be stopped?
Absolutely not.
I don't know why that would be in the platform. I think there are too many laws.
We're a free country. You want to look at pornography? Go for it, as long as it's not child pornography.
I think they're closet porn watchers. That's what I think.
I have a real problem with the Republican Party trying to get into our bedroom. Don't tell me who to sleep with. Don't tell me who to marry.
Luckily, no one cares what the platform says, who even reads it. There's certain social issues I care about, but porn, you're either going to look at it.
I think there's not really a place for it. We have such bigger issues to focus on.
Have you ever watched pornography?
I'm going to take the Fifth Amendment on that.
It's outlawed. You don't think that is not very at odds with limited government principles?
Well, there might be a little bit of a discussion there. If we're going to take God's word and throw it in the trash, we're going to have a society full of trash.
That if you watch too much pornography, you might go blind, so I just wear glasses.
The only thing that outlawing porn will do is drive it underground. And that's when things get dangerous. So visit handsoffmyporn.com, learn the facts, listen to women, and vote.
Unfortunately, the Republican Party and the authors of Project 2025 plan to criminalize every aspect of our industry, including adult consumers like you.
Usually, this kind of stuff comes under the guise of age verification, trying to protect children, trying to protect women, that kind of thing. But I mean, to their credit, Project 2025 is very transparent about what it says. And it's like, we want to outlaw porn. We want to send everybody who does porn to jail. So to be clear, I don't think that Trump personally cares about porn and whether or not it's outlawed. What Trump cares about is himself and elevating his own status and benefiting himself. And if by reaching, that destination, he needs to sign some bill to outlaw porn, like fine, that's a means to an end for him because he doesn't actually care. The porn industry is the canary in the coal mine, right? We're the first domino to fall when it comes to free speech. And if we fall, many other things are not far behind.
So we know that engaging people who care about adult entertainment, its consumers, its creators, and its allies can change an election, can change the course of history. Adult entertainers have practically built this country. There would be no Seattle without sex workers, as an example. And so we are the real silent majority. So we know how this is going to play out if a ban on pornography actually goes into effect. And it's not silly, it's not Lysistrata, it's not casual. What will happen when you make an industry illegal, when you criminalize an industry, you attract criminals.
Okay. Any thoughts? Because I am inclined to agree with that last sentiment.
I'm inclined to disagree. We should have banned porn long ago if that could have prevented Seattle from being created. What the fuck?
Okay, if the audio was too choppy, Swede just said if we could have prevented Seattle from ever happening by banning porn, it would be a good thing. And I I like it. Yeah. But in reality, come on, like so the question that I'm bringing to the table here is, free speech, right? Freeze peach, if you will.
Yeah.
Are there limits? At what point does something become obscene and a net negative on society, right?
All right. I'll
this
get
is
in
an
here.
argument that's being made right
I'll get
now.
in here with a that initial
Yeah.
video that you had. It was the guy playing guitar, walking around in public, singing "fuck, fuck, fuck, dicks and vagina," like whatever.
Yep. I started with that for a reason. Yep.
That is over the line. Like, that is obscene. That because it's public, you're doing it in front of children, and that's not cool. Even though it's just words and blah blah. He's not hurting anyone. Blah 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 blah. Freedom of speech. But don't fucking do that in public. And if you do, then if someone punches you in the fucking face, you kind of deserved it.
I think that's a good point.
Yeah.
We've moved past the world of fighting words, and that should have still been a thing. There should still be a thing where, okay, you were like, once you say something, a fight starts and it's totally kind of normal.
Yeah.
I hate to say it that way, but like sometimes physical violence is what keeps the world in line.
It's called natural consequences.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
I'm like, like anything should be allowed to be spoken or said, like I'm an absolutist extremist in that way with free speech, just because, like I suppose with how limited we are also here in Europe, so, I just go full tilt towards like allowing everything. But then, of course, if you say some dumb shit,
and get punched in the face. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna be dumb, you gotta be tough, as they say.
Free speech, but there might be consequences.
Yes.
Yeah, freedom of speech, not freedom of consequence.
Bingo. So
Freedom
this is
from
kind of my
consequence.
argument is
Yeah.
that anything should be allowed to be said, legally speaking, but you are not free from the consequences of what you've said. Even though you are allowed to say it, right? And I'm going to come back real quick here, and I'll open it back up after this clip. But this is, again, Wheeler Walker Jr., who has made a career out of being the most obscene country music artist ever.
I'm pretty sure I've heard this guy in your mom's house.
You might have.
Today we're going to take a look back at my second album. A lot of country have a sophomore slump. I had a sophomore high. My second album was even better than my first fucking record. It had some great tunes like Pussy King.
I can steal your lady like it ain't no thing. Hump, I'm the Pussy King.
Puss in Boots.
I like my pussy in boots. Girl knows how to hop the tone. Comes along to a wailing tune while she's humming on my cock and balls.
What was the other one you said? Finger up my butt.
Hold up.
I think what the guts does.
Slow down.
Cause I can't get it up.
Want me to fucking invest in nothing? You gotta stick a finger in my butt.
Songs about real fucking life. I used to stick my finger in my butt all the time, so I wrote a song about it. Redneck shit started off, but old Wheeler just took me to the fucking stratosphere, man. I was getting bigger than ever. I was jacking off so much then. Man, I was doing jacking records. So let's look back at old Wheeler. Do that thing again, where it like kind of zooms around like a dream. Make me wavy.
All right. So no lie, like I actually really dig Wheeler Walker Jr. Like I think he's hilarious. And I, personally, I feel like I'm kind of like, I got one foot on either side of this line where I'm like, degeneracy is a major, major, major problem in our world. But also, I'm kind of a degenerate myself.
I'm right there with you, bud.
Damn it ain't funny.
We are all in the same canoe.
You know? Yeah.
There's some really hilarious stuff out there, and laughing is awesome. You know, they say laughter is the best medicine, right? And if it makes you laugh, then you're not taking it in some like really profane way.
I think
like us banning degeneracy would be equal to suicide.
Yeah, it would be equal to suicide. It would be awful. But there's also, kind of like Bear Snare said, the laughter. Have you guys ever seen one of those movies where like, okay, yeah, the first couple times that the joke gets done, it's funny, and then really quickly it gets old? Or like think like Superbad and all those movies just about drinking and getting high.
It gets played out pretty quick. Yeah.
Super quick. And I think that's the key is degeneracy is kind of like Tabasco sauce. A sprinkle here and there is great, but you got to have your regular recipe, your normal standard, and that's what we're losing. Everybody wants to be degenerate as the standard rather than the degeneracy as what we're doing. This is, a fun evening of getting together, being crazy. But like, I feel like probably 5 days out of 7, we're kind of just regular dudes.
Sure.
I mean,
I will argue with you just a little there, Trev, because I am a massive fan of Tabasco sauce.
Okay, fair. Yeah, that'd be a bad example. But
so Tabasco sauce, just to be fair, it's one of the last family-owned, like major, like food companies. Basically, every other condiment, every other, from Heinz 57 to fucking, whatever the ranch dressing, Hill Valley, whatever.
Hidden Valley, yeah.
Yeah, right. They've all been bought. They all are one company now. Tabasco stands alone. And I actually put Tabasco in my fucking novel and kind of hinted that one of the characters was maybe actually a part of the McKiley family. That was kind of my insinuation. The McKiley family still owns Tabasco. And Tabasco, until like the 90s, every ingredient that they used, they cultivated and procured from the island which the company resides. They're on an island in Louisiana, and they actually, for a long, long time, they grew all their own peppers, and they got all their own salt and vinegar. Like they were basically on an island with massive salt deposits. And I know I'm like getting kind of nerdy here, but this is important to me.
Though.
I love Tabasco because even though they don't grow all their own peppers anymore, that was, a matter of scale. They could not grow enough peppers on the island to fulfill the demand. But for like 40 or 50 years, all the peppers, all the salt, all the vinegar was, curated or produced on that island, which is pretty goddamn cool. So again, if we're gonna besmirch any kind of hot sauce, let's besmirch Frank's, because Tabasco is legit.
Listen, you're just a shill for Big Tabasco.
Yeah. Well, that's my point. There is no big Tabasco.
Who's
I mean, it's a big company, sure, but they are their own thing. They're not part of Kraft or Monsanto.
Yeah, or even bigger, like Unilever or fucking Nestle.
I eat a little bit of Tabasco damn near every fucking day. I love that shit.
What about Crystal?
I don't know enough.
Meth?
Good question. That's another Louisiana.
It's a brand of Louisiana hot sauce.
Yeah. I don't know.
It just means
I
it
don't know
has
anything.
more other ingredients than hot peppers, really. It's got like onions and tomatoes and blah, blah, blah.
Mm-hmm.
which is typically how I make my hot sauce, which is why I haven't really made or barely bought hot sauce in years.
Because you're a fucking baller, bro.
Once in a while, I'll buy something because it looks interesting, but it's one
Man,
of
I'm
those
just
bottles.
basic. I used to use sriracha.
Yeah.
Well, you know, there was a big
yellow sriracha.
There was a big sriracha shortage. Did you know about that?
No.
You couldn't get sriracha, at least here,
Yeah.
for a long time.
Of any kind?
Because it's a specific type of pepper, and they had a bad harvest, and COVID didn't help, and there was this like culmination of effects. Again, this is the type of shit I geek out on.
Oh, did the peppers get the virus?
Yeah, the peppers got COVID.
I also heard
Seriously,
that
yeah. I
one
mean,
of
it
the
was something to that effect, but like you could not buy sriracha for a long time here.
Yeah, I also heard that one of the
2
towns
years.
near the factory like tried to complain and like do like some sort of lawsuit against the guy because they kept getting the smell of the sriracha downwind.
Oh my god.
Very California.
Dude, if I like spray out hot peppers, that spray, like that oil gets into the mist from the spray.
Oh no.
And you sneeze like sneezing and coughing uncontrollably. Depending on what they were putting out in the air, it could have been pretty bad. Like my kitchen is, you can't walk through it without sneezing.
Or if you have
sometimes.
like dried peppers and you blitz them, and that powder that comes up, if you inhale just a small particle of that, oh fuck, man, sheesh.
I have definitely inhaled ghost pepper powder once before.
Oh god.
You do not want to wipe your eyes after making salsa. I'll tell you that much.
I've done it many times.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. I handled Trinidad Scorpions, 1.3 million Scoville units.
Oh,
I then
man.
forgot about it and scratched my balls.
Yeah, don't do that.
No.
Don't do that.
Yeah, I've
Dude.
made that mistake as well. Oh,
Yeah,
man.
my dad. I
Now we're
ran
getting
out.
back
It
to
was
that
just
degeneracy.
I just ran out into the fucking. kitchen.
We are
Dad
certainly
was
gonna
like,
bring it back to degeneracy. In the meantime, though, we have a new contributor in the forum, Black Labs. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man? Good to see you.
We can't hear you.
We can't hear you, bub. Still
Oh, there
can't
we go.
hear you.
How about now?
Oh, there you are.
There you go.
are.
There we go.
Hey, guys.
How's it been, man?
Very exciting. Been getting a lot of stuff done on the car. Not shaving.
Your Supra or what?
Well, it's kind of a Supra. It's like a businessman Supra, the IS300. So.
But aren't you?
Yeah.
Aren't you kind of making your own concept car out of it or
Yeah.
something?
Yeah, to some degree. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Hopefully, it'll be in SEMA maybe this next year. That's what I'm
No
hoping
kidding.
for. So,
Dude,
yeah.
I just went to just yesterday. I was at PRI, which you might know about, Performance Racing International.
Yes.
I got a ticket. It's kind of funny. Like I wasn't that interested in going to the conference, but I was very, very interested in a woman that had a ticket, and I'm like, I can get a ticket. Can we go together? So we did that. We went together. It was great. Whatever. But yeah, PRI, man. Like I was looking at really fancy fucking performance parts all day yesterday. For mostly cars, but motorcycles and everything else. So I know what you're talking about, I guess. But
very cool.
That's
Very cool.
neither here nor there. Problem is, I didn't realize. Shit, I shouldn't even say it, but apparently the girl I was out with is 12 years my junior.
Who gives a
Whatever.
fuck?
Whoops.
Send it.
Yeah.
So
enough
what?
of
It was
this,
like
man.
40. So she was like 42.
I mean, you're in your 30s, right?
No, yeah, I'm 31. She was 19. What are you gonna do?
If you can nail it,
younger than
that guy
me.
gets a win.
What's the problem?
I see no problem, but you know, I'm
No,
just
that's not a big deal. Shut up. What is this
Just
crap?
don't expect it to
That is
last.
Bullshit. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't expect her
Or
to
if it
laugh.
does, just roll with it. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and on that
Damn.
note, discussing the obscene, if you will, let me just throw this at you and we'll see what you guys think.
Please listen carefully.
Boiled Angels, The Trial of Mike Deanna, is a documentary that is directed by Frank Henenlotter, who's probably more well known for his fictional genre films such as Basket Case, Brain Damage, or Frankenhooker. It was screened at the 2018 Fantasia Film Festival. It covers the trial of Mike Deanna, as it states in the title, who was an artist, a guy who drew comic strips in the late 80s, early 90s. He created his zine that he published out of his house in some shithole in Florida. I can't exactly remember where. The zine was called Boiled Angels, and sometime in the early to mid 90s, I think 93 is the date when this took place, his local county from the shithole that he was living out of decided to take him to trial on obscenity charges. His drawings are very upsetting, very graphic, pretty gross. They depict dark, gruesome images of murder, child molestation. And of course, they were very upsetting to some people. And obviously in Florida, in the religious South, these are the sorts of things that don't go down well with the general population. He actually lost the trial, and that's what makes this story so interesting, is that he is the only artist in American history to have been convicted on obscenity charges, which obviously seems like a gross violation of his right to freedom of speech and the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. So obviously it's interesting looking at it on grounds of free speech and on grounds of the First Amendment, to which extent is a drawing speech, to which extent is the act of drawing something the same as acting something out, which is something the trial kind of gets into. It's also interesting to me in the context of today with a lot of, for example, conservatives and right-wing people constantly moaning that their free speech rights are being violated. And, they should fight for their right to free speech. That's a very wonderful thing that is in the U.S. Constitution. But, I find it kind of ironic that all these people, religious people in particular, keep claiming that their free speech rights are violated constantly, and yet here we have somebody whose rights were clearly violated by the state, and the opposing side were all a bunch of Jesus lovers and Christians. I think where it's also quite interesting is on the question of what is obscenity and what is considered obscenity. And what you find is actually it's not very well defined. It's based on this Supreme Court case. And it essentially revolves around different aspects, but one of them is that it basically shifts over time. So what is obscene at a certain point in history is not obscene today, which makes sense. But in terms of how that works legally, that's actually kind of strange. And in this case, really went against Diana, because his trial 93, 94, that was just before the advent of something like internet pornography. And clearly, even the prosecutor who they interviewed during the film says, today he probably wouldn't be convicted because that line has shifted. And obviously, as always, these films are always really interesting when it comes to looking into what the American legal system is and why do they go after this guy and not, tons of other artists that legitimately maybe could be gone after for obscenity charges. But this guy, he had no money. Nobody knew who he was. He was distributing his zine to like 200 people. So essentially, he was, in terms of public awareness, he was a nobody. And the grand irony of the thing is that his art, it wasn't meant for the mainstream. It wasn't meant for most people. It was just meant for people who, like him, liked weird, extreme, fucked up humor and fucked up art. And this case actually exposed him to the public at large, which clearly shows that the people that were involved in prosecuting him were just looking to benefit from a trial that would be in the media and in public consciousness. Because if your real goal is to prevent the diffusion of smut, if you will, then the last thing you want to do is advertise it everywhere on television. And this trial actually garnered a lot of media attention. Mike Diana was...
All right, I'm stopping it there. I'm curious because, Rob, you are of the generation, and I would dare maybe say like even the culture that you might know about this guy. Are you aware of this man?
Are you talking about the guy that did the artwork and then fought that case?
Yes, Mike Diana. Supposedly, I'll just say real quick, supposedly the only artist, and I think that's a stretch, but he claims to be the only artist ever charged under obscenity laws.
I want to say that either Alex Jones or Art Bell had him on the show at one point. Had some kind of interview with him.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. It was a while back. Retiring what? Jeez.
95
was
or
it?
something. I think it was 95.
That was pre-internet days.
Who was the comedian who got arrested for profanity?
Carlin.
Carlin, yeah.
There was one
Yep.
before
The seven deadly words.
Yep.
Whoever the guy was that's in Mrs. Maisel.
Lenny Bruce.
He
also got busted.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think that was like
he got arrested a handful of times.
Yeah.
This is why I said like this guy sort of claims to be the only quote unquote artist ever charged with obscenity laws, but tons of comics have been charged. I mean, you go back far enough, like obscenity laws were
this
mostly
guy's just the first one to be charged with this version of this law.
He could probably claim to be the first comic book artist.
I wonder if it was the conviction that was the key.
Maybe.
Yummy fur.
So what do you guys think about his right to publish that?
Well, that is the question. Yes.
It is his right.
So, did you get a good grasp of what kind of stuff he actually drew?
No.
I'm trying.
And it sounded like some of it might be pretty fucked up.
Yeah. Well, here, let me just give you a little more information.
Like gore porn.
It was, yes, it's gory, it's pornographic, it's all the above.
And they started out with 30 people from the community, and they end up with 6 people for the jury and 1 alternate juror in case someone gets sick. They have an extra person. So they're picking 7 people out of 30. And the way it works is like the prosecutor and my lawyer both take turns striking who they want to strike off of the possible jury. And they both take turns asking questions. So one of the questions was, have you ever had contact with pornography? And this one elderly woman, she says, oh, I have. I found a copy of Playboy in my grandson's underwear drawer back in 1956 or something like that. And that's when I realized, oh, I'm in trouble, you know. And they did have a couple jury members that were younger that, you know, one of the questions was, from my lawyer was, is it okay for art to be shocking? Well, only 2 people said yes. And of course, they were struck by the prosecution right away.
my God.
And so what I ended up with was, you know, the members of the community, like the kind of people that I never liked anyway, because they just always seemed grouchy, you know, like grouchy old white people. And so, yeah, I ended up with the 6 members, and in the courtroom, the first thing the prosecutor did is handed out copies of Boiled Angel to them to look through and said, well, this is what we're up against, you know, that kind of thing.
Did they have to buy those from you?
No.
Or did they just have the one and then they made copies?
Yeah, they made copies. They ripped me off.
Assholes.
Bootleggers, you know?
Right. Yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, that's kind of when I knew I was in trouble from the jury itself, you know, during that jury selection. I knew, well, this is, you know, the same thing I've been fighting ever since I lived in this community.
Right.
And they had expert witnesses for the prosecution. One worked at Eckerd College, which was like a big Christian college. So he was the art expert against us. And he had taken it upon himself to make blow-ups of some of the comics, you know, and he's pointing to like different parts of the artwork, and he was kind of an old eccentric guy, so he'd kind of go off track and he'd say, oh, I like the way he drew this part over here with these lines. I mean, you can feel the energy. And then the prosecutor, Baggish, would interrupt him and say, oh, but it's not considered art, right? And he'd, no, definitely not art.
Oh, my God.
So their whole thing was with the obscenity law, you know, you have freedom of speech in the Constitution, but in Florida, they're like, well, how can we get around that? Okay, so if you do the obscenity test, so if it lacks any serious artistic value, political value, scientific value, or literary value, then it's obscene. If it has any one of those things, it cannot be ruled obscene because then it's protected by the freedom of speech. So what they do in court is they're set out to prove that the Boiled Angel has nothing redeeming at all about it. Every single page has to be obscene as a whole in order for it to be obscene. So they had all these experts, you know, that tell us that this is not artwork, you know, this cannot be considered literature. The writing is not literature. So the literary expert was talking about the book, The Grapes of Wrath. And there's a scene where there's a woman that's pregnant, her baby dies. Everyone's starving on this wagon train, pretty much. And there's this one guy that's sick and needs nourishment. And so to not let her breast milk go to waste, she feeds it to this guy. And they're talking about that because that has life-affirming values. It's not just some guy breastfeeding from a woman like a dirty story, you know.
Right.
Now they're comparing Grapes of Wrath to my Boiled Angel. Like, well,
right, exactly.
I mean, it didn't make sense.
All right, stopping there. To me, this is a conversation worth having because there's a hell of a lot of nuance involved. I genuinely want to know where the line should be drawn between art and obscenity. This is something that we've tried to litigate and tried to figure out.
I think that's the whole purpose of artists and their space in the world is they play with that line. They're supposed to be outlaws. They're supposed to be up against that ragged edge and maybe crossing it every now and then. I also think that it becomes harder to determine in what we've kind of turned into this postmodern bullshit world where, oh, well, everything should have its own interpretation and it can't be looked at this way or that way. It's a bit of a mess, but I do think that, yeah, like an artist should be sticking to how should I say, some sort of tradition or lineup that they have, and trying to see where they can push it. It shouldn't just be stepping over that line so far that you can't determine where it's at. Also, I think our Swede is half asleep right now.
Yes. Dude, I think he's more than half asleep.
It's like 2 a.m. for him.
Yeah.
So I've got thoughts.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I want to kind of reframe it as far as like from what Trevor was saying. I'm going to put it in terms of rights, like what rights do we have? And sometimes I tend to think of this as what is right to do. Is it right to do it? Like, is it right to draw really fucking perverted cartoons?
Can I
And
this
I've
might
done,
seem
like,
this
I'm an artist. I've done some plenty fucked
Yeah.
up shit. I'm not like exactly passing judgment, but I'm trying to do better in my life, I guess.
Yeah. Well, dude, I feel you there. Okay. So like I wrote a novel, and there are chapters that, according to certain people, would probably be considered smut.
They were smutty. Yeah, there was some smut in there, but like for me and my wife to read it, it's fine because we are familiar with that, and so
It's subjective. It's a subjective judgment of
Yeah.
what is smut
Like-
and what is not smut.
we grew up in the same era. We are familiar with porn from being.
I also
our
think
age.
where it's being broadcast. In your book, somebody has to actively be pursuing the, I guess, engagement or consumption of.
Yes, yes.
And I think that's an interesting case with this guy, is you had to subscribe to his zine and really like put that into your life.
He was not hanging it up on the you know,
Exactly.
county.
Right.
County
He wasn't
square.
misrepresenting its
Right.
Yeah, he wasn't misrepresenting its audience and doing basically like what they do with trans kids now, where like a kid says he's being bullied and that means cut your dick off. You know, I would say that's a bigger problem because you have no escape. It's like these teachers all have dick saws in the back and they're just waiting for a reason, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, you got a C on your test? Come on over here, Sonny.
A wood chipper goes burr. Yeah.
Yep. Wood a cock chipper. We got little cock chippers, maybe that big, you know, just enough to get the average junk in there, shall we say.
You know, I gotta say, it cracks me up looking at Swede just asleep.
Yeah, he's like out, dude. He's so peaceful.
Yeah,
it's like that goddamn European socialism just makes him sleep so well. Socialist.
Speaking of healthcare,
sleepy.
he's got a bum knee, and I assume that the government's paying for it. So
no, they probably won't. You'd be surprised, man. Germany were dicks, man. If the Sweden's anything like it, forget it.
Oh, I
Shit
don't
ain't
know.
never getting done.
I don't know enough about Sweden, but so here I kind of was shown it earlier, but this is kind of like style of art that the guy we're talking about, Mike whatever his name is,
Diana,
yeah. So like it's a lot of dicks and a lot of like, and he would draw like dead babies and shit. And like, I mean, yeah, it's pretty irreverent. It's pretty fucking brutal. But like, I guess my take, you know, if I'm just looking at it objectively, like, I don't even think this dude is that good of a drawer. You know, like it looks like Beavis and Butthead style.
It's middle school folder art.
Yes, but and that reminds me of fucking Superbad, which I think somebody brought up earlier, as far as like the rewatchability of certain comedy. You know, Superbad, there was that whole thing about like the one kid like just was obsessively drawing dicks, you know, and And I draw a connection from that to the fact that when I lived in Utah, Trev, you live in Utah. There are tons and tons of phallic petroglyphs. A petroglyph is a rock carving, right? There are so many dick pics depicted on the rock in Utah. And the funny thing is the Mormons were kind of, prudish. They were kind of, what's the word? They were a little bit, what's the word? Fucking.
Like Puritan?
Puritan. Thank you. That's the exact word. Thank you, Drew. Drew. Fucking Bear. My bad.
It's all good.
They brought this puritanical attitude to the Southwest, and there are these petroglyphs that depicted big dicks, and they felt the need to erase those with bullets. I mean, literally, there are petroglyphs that have been destroyed by Mormon pioneer bullets, where they shot. Talk about homophobic, right? Like, if you feel the need to shoot away these dick pics, maybe you're just afraid of dick pics,
like shoot away the gay.
Yeah, shoot the gay away, right? But my point is, like, so were these phallic drawings, these etchings on the rock, were they pornographic? I really don't think they were. It was more about like fertility and whatever that culture was about. But like, it's a far cry from like hardcore pornography.
Yeah, I'm glad that you finally showed the art, because I have to say I'm feeling differently about it now. It just looks like
it's not
art.
It's not that crazy.
Yeah, it's like fucked up and gory or whatever, but it's just like metal albums and stuff,
Right.
Yeah. Can you mute?
Yeah. I was just thinking that. I'm gonna mute. Yeah, we're hearing him snore.
He's not even snoring. He's just breathing into his mic.
All right, that should do it. Hang on. Yeah, I think we're good. But you're getting what I'm laying down here, right? Like, it's a very fine line. It's very arbitrary.
The way they were talking about it, I imagined worse. I will say that.
Right.
Even though, dude, I keep trying to scroll for you on the.
Yeah, right. Well, there's more, but like, you get the picture. It's a lot of dicks, and it's honestly, it reminds me of like the Sailor Jerry style of like tattoos. Like, it's very crude. Like,
it's degenerate Americana.
Degenerate Americana. Sure. Yeah.
He's not the only one that was doing that either. There was Yummy Fur, Love and Rockets, even
Rat
Martial
Fink.
Law had stuff like that. Rat Fink had that same style. Yeah,
exactly
so
the same. It's very Rat Fink style.
Yeah, and also very Beavis and Butthead.
Yes, that was my first association. Yeah.
And I remember, if everybody remembers, Jack Mack and Rad Boy back in the 80s. I'm dating myself. We'll get married soon. Don't worry. I'll put a ring on it. Anyway, I'll make myself a honest man one way or another. But back in the 80s, they had a lot of that type of genre that was going around, especially in the like anarchist zines and shit from back in like even the 60s and 70s that was out and about. And no one was getting thrown in jail for it back then, even though I think it would have been seen as far more radical at that time than it was in the mid 90s. So it seems like a prosecution gone crazy, and they had a personal issue with him.
Well, and this brings me to maybe what my main point is. Being that I'm a Childerberger, like, this looks like the type of art you might see at Childerberg from some random guy passing out stickers or whatever. you know, and like, I guess, excuse me. I guess my beef, my issue here is that I sort of see this movement from like the community that I would like to associate with towards a community I would not necessarily want to associate with. Meaning there are people who, you know, very well rightly, you know, they have decent reasons, are going the radical right wing, you know, you might even say neo-Nazi route. And they're almost calling for things like censorship and, you know, getting a handle on the obscene, you know, like curtailing the degeneracy. And I can appreciate the argument. I kind of understand where they're coming from, but I don't like that direction. I don't think it's good. I think if you censor this shit, you're only getting more of it.
Well, what we're seeing is a hyperpolarization combined with a very frightening groupthink. And this is happening both on the left and the right. The idea is that the leadership, the globalist leadership, thinks that by putting us into these group boxes, that they'll be more capable of leveraging us into directions that they want, and or even leveraging us into total civilization collapse, because they've created so much conflict over bullshit and escalated the punishment for said conflict to a point that it becomes necessary to pick a side. That's my problem.
Yeah.
And I think one of the things that I've seen, and like I'm with you there, Mike, everybody is pushing for this potential censorship, this, oh, well, we can't let these people talk, or, well, the right of free speech should only be for certain people who've done this, that, or the other. I'm maybe kind of in the like tech world, we can move to an understanding of free speech is only within your subscribed community. And then there are certain standards of speech outside of that that are like loose, or maybe even like it's still free speech, but we have to have a cultural definition and maybe a bit more self-policing. Because this guy shouldn't have gotten wrapped up for those magazines if he's if people are subscribed and he's sending to them and he's not giving it to anybody else. But I'm like that song at the beginning. You shouldn't be blasting that out while you're walking through a park and subjecting children to, you know, some dude with his dick cut off kind of thing.
They call that the private club exclusion, right? Like they use that for sex clubs. Not that I know anything about that. But anyways,
Swede is awake again.
Oh, Swede! Welcome back.
Did he fall over?
Hey, Rob, you're very echoey, at least from my headphones. I don't know what's going on, but you all of a sudden have reverb.
Let me fix that.
Yeah. You know, go ahead, Rob. I think you sound clear now.
How much of that did you catch, Liberty Swede?
Yeah, we lost you for like 20 minutes there, Swede. But okay, my question is, while Rob's figuring his shit out, how do we discuss the obscene if it's illegal? You know what I'm saying? Like, if obscenity is censored, how do we address it? Because you cannot talk about something that is off limits. So
I think censored is maybe a strong word for that. It should be like guarded is how I would put it. That would be a positive, and make it so that it's not illegal, but you have like venues. We don't go around and like discuss the finer points of cursing in a preschool, but at a bar it's totally fine. And at a bar, anybody who's saying not to, they can get fucked. They can leave.
Right.
You know? And I think that's
right. They have a way out effectively.
Yeah. And I think that's where we
and
need
they
to
can choose.
Yeah, it's like this. It's this choice. It's also making sure that you're using the right tool in the right place. I don't want to make it so that we have to censor and get rid of cuss words in a school because, you know, it's like banning guns in, you know, a gun-free zone.
This very podcast would be
it'd be
on the chopping block. That's my point, right? Like, we are obscene here to certain people.
For sure.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
I guess my thing is that anything is permitted as long as it is not, as long as you can reasonably avoid it. The problem becomes that in a legal sense, the people that just want to shut you down will always say that just the mere idea of the existence of it is the offense. That's what we've seen with Alex Jones. See, anyone could turn Alex Jones off. Let's be honest. All right. It's not that easy to just run into Alex Jones. And yet they decided to literally make it a federal case. So I think this ties in.
That's a groundbreaking case in that he was charged for what? Like
it's
lying, I guess. I guess they charged him for lying.
So today's misinformation, especially in the conspiracy world, is tomorrow's truth. Have we not figured this out yet? Everything about COVID ended up being fake. Everything about the 6-foot distancing was fake. Everything about the masks was fake. Okay?
Well,
everything about so much of what the media government complex has fed us in the mainstream media and in the general public overall, we can't. Now, there's something you can't escape. Try and escape mainstream media.
Well,
it's brainwashing the shit out of people.
That's
dangerous.
the truly
We've seen people get hurt.
That's the truly obscene shit. Yes.
Over the bullshit that the mainstream media pushes. You saw people getting knocked the fuck out.
Right.
For not having a mask, not observing a 6-foot rule, not going the right direction in a goddamn Walmart. You've got those little arrows and somebody goes the wrong direction and suddenly there's a problem.
Or
and escaping seed oils. Yeah.
Or getting fired because they didn't want to take a shot.
Yes.
I mean, so this is why I tend to lean on the side of I'm with Mike. I'm with Mike Diana. Who gives a fuck if some guy?
I am, but once he said white people, I was like, dude.
Right.
There's plenty of us out here who don't give a shit either way. Just because they cherry picked what happened to be a bunch of white people in that particular community to push that case. Which, if that was the case, then why aren't people saying that about Alex Jones's prosecution? Most of those people were white. Why aren't we all like white people? Nobody's doing that.
Rob, you're bringing up a good point, and I think I'll maybe go that direction. I wasn't sure if I would bring. I've got like sort of another subject in mind, but Bo Burnham, the comedian, was one of the most self-hating whites that you could ever imagine.
I'm pretty familiar with him.
Yeah, and I think I will take us there because I have an alternative attitude, a different personality, if you will, the anti-Bo Burnham. But before we go there, let me finish out. I want to play another couple minutes here of this interview with Mike Diana. Again, this is on the Culture Dumps podcast. I really enjoyed this interview in that it was very nuanced. Although they are very much on the side of Mike, it brings this topic of like free speech versus degeneracy. What's the fucking word? Obscenity. It's like that word keeps eluding me. But let me just play you another like 2 or 3 minutes of this, and we'll go from there.
And then,
And also, I mean, this is after like Maplethorpe and stuff. You know what I mean? Like
Oh,
I
yeah.
feel like all of these things have already been discussed and covered, and like there had already been like precedents of what's obscene and what's not. Like for this to get brought up, and again, you would think just inherently the fact that it was pen to paper would prove art. You know, it's just so bizarre. It's non-creative, non-artistic people judging art. I mean, comparing Grapes of Wrath to Boiled Angel, it is funny. And I mean, in some circles, I would say Boiled Angel is almost more revered than Grapes of Wrath.
Right.
But that is wild. And so, I mean, and I'm sure as this is going on, you're like sinking lower and lower into your chair, so to speak, you know, or it's just like, I'm like, there's no way to get out from under that.
Yeah.
God. So, yeah, I mean, it's just crazy to me.
Yeah. And another one of their expert witnesses was Sidney Marin, and he had testified at serial killers trials like Ted Bundy and other famous serial killers against them. And what he was saying is that this kind of artwork, and he gave all these ideas to Stuart Baggish, the prosecutor, that this is entertainment for serial killers, you know, that this is made for serial killers, basically. And Baggish came up with this whole thing. He kept saying, I mean, they kept mentioning that I was once a suspect in the murders, even though they found out who did it at that point. I think it was even days before my trial happened when they found out Danny Rolling. But Baggish was saying, you know, first you start with the movies, then you start with the drawings, and then you're like killing for real, you know. And I'm thinking, well, what movies are you talking about? I mean, it didn't make any sense to me, you know. They're just kind of like making stuff up, and the whole trial was really heavy on the whole serial killer slant, just because he knew that scared people, and you know, would
also, I mean, that was so in vogue, like at the time. I mean, like we had know Veronica Jones on, who created the serial killer trading cards. I had shown you that interview. It's like she was going through like the same kind of thing where it's like kids are going to tear down their Michael Jordan posters and put up Ted Bundy posters and stuff. And it's like serial killer culture was at its absolute peak. So I could see like how that would be so interwoven into your thing, because that was like kind of like the new Panic, you know, like in a way. But also it's so far-fetched, because again, if you really look at your drawings, like yes, there's some that are like insanely violent, but again, stylistically this is comic book stuff. And then there's also like, you know, penises doing loop-de-loops and all kinds of like really wacky stuff, like to be like, well, see, this is the seedlings of an absolute psychopath. It's like, I don't like, it's just, again, it's one of these mind-boggling things that nowadays with retrospect, you can see how crooked the system was and just how, you know, misguided their concerns were and everything. And again, if you look at the actual artwork, you're like, who thought this was serious? You know what I mean? Like in that way, you know, it really is strange like that.
All right. That's all for that. I mean, I have more thoughts that I can carry forward, but I want to give you all a chance if you have any thoughts to share. Yeah, Mike Diana, was he the bane of our society like they wanted us to think? You know, in the 90s, Satanic Panic was hot, and it was easy perhaps to put the burden on one man's shoulders of the entire vibe. Anybody?
So what you're saying is basically he was riding a form of the zeitgeist that they utilized it to prosecute him at the time, whereas prior to that or after. And I also blame one of the serial killer, well, a few of the serial killer movies that came out around the time, which would have been Natural Born Killers, also Cape Fear. You know, there was basically we went from the satanic panic to the serial killer panic and back and forth throughout the 70s, 80s, and then it kind of culminated in the 90s, right? With like, Silence of the Lambs, etc., shit like that.
I was gonna say they didn't charge Woody Harrelson with you know, again, obscenity.
Natural Born Killers caught a lot of shit. There was a lot of theaters that wouldn't play it. So to that effect, it is almost not it's not forgivable, but it is somewhat understandable because of the type of panic that was being whipped up. And then you come to find out years later who runs all the serial killers, who makes them all. MK Ultra, right? The CIA has manufactured almost every goddamn serial killer out there. You know, perhaps even Michael Aquino. We don't even know how far that goes. You know what I mean? There's plenty of people within the military-industrial complex that ended up being serial killers. It's a real thing. So,
and Mike, you gotta unmute the Swede.
Yeah, he's about to go off.
Oh shit, dude. Yeah, Swede. Sorry, dude. I muted you because you were snoring, but here you go.
My apologies for that.
Yeah.
What's up, dude?
It's good. My apologies for passing out. It's late. I'm using that excuse.
Yeah, dude. You're only halfway around the world.
Yeah, it's 3 o'clock now in the night. But for me, you know, like this shit, it's not even really that people are like triggered at the actual like obscene material or degeneracy itself. Like at the for like the trial that they make like Mike Diana, they're not really triggered at that specific point in general. It's just they want an entry point to be able to silence the counterculture or like dissident opinions and like have a central scapegoat to like hush people down and be like, don't make us come after you too. Because like if we've gotten like, oh, we were able to take down this guy, why can't we take down you? And that guy was just
exactly
small town guy who wasn't really reaching out to anyone. And it's like, oh, well, if you're actually starting to reach out to people, if you're starting to be a danger to the system, well, you know, gotta snip off that stalk. Gotta clear the weeds from the garden, according to them. You know?
Effectively, it was sending a message to the bigger fish, effectively. Right? That, hey, you're next.
You're next. We can get
we
anybody.
Push this through. Yeah.
See, this is my issue.
That's what Alex Jones was. That's what Alex Jones
for conspiracy theories and everything.
Right.
So it's a very, again, the point being, it's a slippery slope. If you start going down that road of saying this is obscene and this is not, you know, like where does the line get drawn? And I found this clip
at Dick's. Apparently it's at Dick's.
It's at Dick's. Yeah, really it does come down to
Dick's.
But so Quentin Tarantino is notorious for producing and directing and writing extreme films, right? Extreme. I don't want to use the word obscene because I actually like most of his films, but I can say at least, you know, you brought up Natural Born Killers, Rob. To me, Natural Born Killers almost feels like a Tarantino movie, right? It was
written by Tarantino, I think. Yeah.
But did it have feet in it?
I don't know if there were any feet.
Yes, actually there was.
But he didn't direct it. Was he involved? He might have been involved in some way.
No, he was mad at. It wasn't Coppola. Name a few big directors back in the day.
Scorsese, probably.
Scorsese, Coppola.
I don't think so.
Anyways, he was angry because they took a lot of the worst scenes out actually at the time.
Oh, no kidding.
So
yeah.
It's caused a rift between Tarantino and then whoever had directed it. Let me see.
Spielberg.
Well, I bring it up because the first time I ever watched Inglorious Bastards, I was probably 17, 18 years old enough to understand the themes and old enough to kind of, absorb it, right? And it was a funny thing because I was at a basically like a slumber party, I guess you'd call it, a sleepover. Me and all my homies, we were all hanging out, and we put on Inglorious Bastards. I'd never seen it before, and everybody else fell asleep, kind of like the Swede did, 30 minutes ago. And I was the only one up watching Inglorious Bastards, and I was disturbed as I watched that movie. I was disturbed. The scene where they, basically saw Hitler's face apart with a machine gun. I'm like, I know it's Hitler, but like, still, like, this is brutal, man. Like, this bothers me. And then a few years later, with a little more life experience, I guess, I watched the movie again and I found it hilarious. So, like, at 18, I found it thoroughly disturbing. I found it distasteful. And at 22 or 25 or whatever it was, I found it hilarious. So, point being, what is art and what is obscene?
That's an interesting thing, because I kind of had the opposite, where the first time I saw it, I was like, this is cool. Oh man, that's so wild. It's fun, crazy. And now the more that I watch it and the more that I see it, the more I'm like mortified by what they're showing. And like the only redeeming quality to me is the fact that Tarantino showed the humanity of the Nazi whose brains they beat in. Everything else about it is just this, like, it's glorifying war in an awful, awful way.
Gratuitous violence are the two words most associated with Tarantino. Gratuitous violence.
I have to say, I found myself getting very bored with a lot of action films, newer ones, particularly within the last, at least the last decade, but probably before that, where it's just so much action and violence and damage everywhere. And like, sometimes it's hard to even trace a plot. There's no dialogue. It's just
Go back and rewatch the Transformers movies, or any Michael Bay. Any
Don't
Michael
bash on the Transformers,
I fell
Mike.
asleep in the
Fuck
theater
outta
to
here. Don't
Transformers
bash on
2 or
them.
something.
It's like, dude, it'll give you a headache.
About Transformers.
The first three Transformers movies were great.
Yeah, they were.
Well,
by the way,
that's just
because
because you
your
like it.
audio's much better right now. Your audio's good. So that
you might, I will defend this by saying I'm 22 now. Think about the age I was when the first Transformer movies came out, and I watched them.
When Megan Fox awakened your sexuality. Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Dude, honestly, in that first movie, holy shit.
Well, hey, on that note, on the note of awakening sexuality, here is Tarantino. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
No, but also like with Inglourious Bastards, when I first watched it, I was maybe like 14 probably, and it's like, oh yeah, this is dope. Then when I was older, the scene which disturbs me a bit is like the scalping, when they just physically scalp or like carve in, and the stuff like that. That disturbed me. But I'm also from the generation a bit different from you guys, that like when I first started going onto the internet, I stumbled into like 4chan and shit, and got to see the live ISIS beheadings and shit like that at like 10 to 12 years old. So like that shit jaded my generation. So we're like just used to seeing fucked up shit.
Yeah,
and like
dude.
cartel videos, and like
Dude,
their formative years.
I'm pretty sure, to bring it back a bit, I'm pretty sure the first time I signed into Pornhub, I was like,
Wait, what?
I
What
was
did
like
you say?
12.
Signed in?
I was like 12 or 13, something like that. And it said, "Are you 18 years old? Yes or no?" Hey, yes, click.
Oh.
And like, I mean, dude, like, you talk about Megan Fox awakening your sexuality. I'm right there with you, dude. Like when the first Transformers came out, I'm like, oh my God, that's a good looking woman. And I was probably 12 or 13 at that time. And like, dude, like this whole issue about porn, like I can see the argument for banning that shit because me as a 12 or 13-year-old kid got kind of fucked up by the ease of access to that material, you know, and like it's about damn time, you know. Nobody wants to talk about porn, nobody wants to talk about jerking off, but like it's about damn time we actually talk about this shit because it has an effect. And maybe there is a case. This again, like I go back and forth on this obscenity thing, but like maybe there is a case for banning certain shit. You know, like, is porn free speech? Anybody?
The thing is, the stuff that they might try to ban, like the more extreme stuff, like kink stuff, that's the thing that could be more easily defended under art, because they would use it as an artistic expression of their own sexuality and individuality, which is the problem. If they would ever try to persecute it or ban it, it would be the easiest type of pornography to defend, you know, under like a free speech or like freedom of expression.
You have a fine point there. I hope.
My thought on it is very similar to drugs. Like, heroin. Like,
hell yeah,
legalize it. How many people, knowing the effects that it has, are going to go get hooked on heroin? How many people are going to do that now? If we knew what we knew now about porn years ago, how many people might have ended up like hooked to it like they are now? Who knows? It could, you know, easily just be the same thing, but I could see a positive coming out of it being much harder to access, and I can see negatives out of it becoming much harder to access.
Well, the thing about porn, it can be easily weaponized into the whole like digital ID.
Yes.
You know, PSYOP, right? Like you have to prove that you're 18. So we need you to have a digital ID that is verified by some government agency. And now all of your internet traffic is cataloged and collated and fucking it's on you. Now we've got you. It's
a blackmail vehicle at that point. It's track, trace, and disgrace, right?
Yeah,
that's right. Trace and disgrace. That's good.
As opposed to what? Defend, deny, and depose.
Yeah. Which is that whole scene. Damn, dude.
Well, that's when the YouTube feed went down.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, exactly.
Real quick, I'm gonna play this. It's only like 2 minutes, but this is Tarantino.
So good.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's so good. This scene.
this clip is really good, and it kind of hits on what we're talking about. But this is Tarantino talking about Top Gun.
What's the film about? What's it really about? What genre does it take?
What like the spine?
The spine.
Like one sentence? Like
no, I don't fucking Boy Meets Girl. I don't give a shit about that. Fuck Boy Meets Girl. Fuck motorcycle movie. No, what is really being said? What's really being seen? That's what you're talking about. Because the whole idea, man, is subversion. You want subversion on a massive level. You know what one of the greatest fucking scripts ever written in the history of Hollywood is?
What?
Top Gun.
Oh, come on.
Top Gun is fucking great. What is Top Gun? You think it's a story about a bunch of fighter pilots?
Yeah, it's about a bunch of guys waving their dicks around.
It is a story about a man's struggle with his own homosexuality. That's serious. That is what Top Gun is about, man. You've got Maverick, all right? He's on the edge, man. He's right on the fucking line, all right? And you've got Iceman and all his crew.
Right.
They're gay. They represent the gay man, all right? And they're saying, go, go the gay way, go the gay way. He could go both ways.
What about Kelly McGillis?
Kelly McGillis, she's heterosexuality. She's saying no, go the normal way. Play by the rules, go the normal way. And they're saying no, go the gay way. Be the gay way. Go for the gay way. Right? That is what's going on throughout that whole movie.
What is this party? Who are these people? They make me sick. What is that? Who are you? Who are you? What is he wearing? It's some kind of like dance jumpsuit, freakish little gaucho. Let's go to Spain and dance with our arms over our heads. And
he goes to her house, right? All right. It looks like they're gonna have sex. You know, they're just kind of sitting back. He's taking a shower and everything. They don't have sex. He gets in the motorcycle, drives away. She's like, what the fuck? What the fuck is going on here?
Right.
Next scene you see her. She's in the elevator. She is dressed like a guy. She's got the cap on. She's got the aviator glasses. She's wearing the same jacket that the Iceman wears. She is, okay, this is how I gotta get this guy. This guy's going towards the gay way. So I gotta bring him back. I gotta bring him back from the gay way. So I'm gonna do that through subterfuge. I'm gonna dress like a man. All right? That is how she approaches it.
Right.
Okay. But the real ending of the movie is when they fight the Migs at the end, all right? Because he has passed over into the gay way. They are this gay fighting fucking force, all right? And they're beating the Russians. The gays are beating the Russians, all right? And it's over, and they fucking land, and Iceman has been trying to get Maverick the entire time. Finally, he's got him, all right? And what is the last fucking line that they have together? They're all hugging and kissing and happy with each other. And Ice comes up to Maverick and he says, man, you can ride my tail anytime. And what does Maverick say? Maverick, you can ride my sword fight! Sword fight! Sword fight!
Sword fight, sword fight.
Jesus Christ.
I hated it because of the ride my tail thing. I was like,
yeah.
I did the dog thing in the theater going,
What the fuck? Yeah.
Hey,
The
hey.
entire movie.
Hey, Ando, are you there? Maybe not. Maybe not.
It's the spirit of Ando.
It's just yeah. We're also echoing ever since Ando popped in.
Is Ando up? He's got static. I hear the drones, alien signals talking through his
See,
microphone.
the drones are in New Jersey. They're not in Texas.
No, they're everywhere now. Yeah, no, all the coasts now. No, it's true. Hey,
all right.
hold on. They're on all the coasts right now because what they think happened is, do you remember that seven earthquake in California?
The one that they said was going to make
it offshore, and it was supposed to be a tsunami, and then it
was going to be a tsunami, but it never happened.
Yeah.
Right.
What they think happened is they used a nuke because they had a twofold attack to knock out both an undersea cable and also try and trigger the fault.
Really?
And it was a nuke. Yeah.
Hey, Ando, can you hear us?
Somebody mute Ando real quick and see if that's where the static is coming from. I think his audio's out.
Oh, well, he's fucking with his mic settings at the same time I am. Ando, hello,
Yeah.
hello.
If you can hear us, give us a salute.
That's right. Show us your red dawn.
Did any of you guys watch in the group the video that I sent about there was a guy in the military industrial complex business who was talking about some unaccounted for nukes that might be being transported on some of the highways and stuff through PA and New Jersey. And so he's saying that these drones might be looking for like the radiation. They might be sniffing out nukes or whatever. I think that's an interesting thing, and it could be totally legit, and it also could be a very good way to just get people to not shoot down drones.
Wait, so that the nukes weren't like intentionally moved by the United States military, but someone snatched them?
You know how the Pentagon never passes an audit? It's kind of like
Yeah, very true, very true.
So, from personal experience, I was in nuclear surety in the military, and there was shit missing all over
nuclear
the place.
assurity? What'd you say?
Nuclear surety.
Surety.
That's a program you go through, PRP program. You go through that, and basically you learn how to handle nukes. All the protocols, the sign-ins, the sign-outs, the checks that need to be done, etc. And if I recall, the Whiskey 70-3, which was the neutron bomb, which if you notice, they're all talking about that lately. It's the only one officially that had a neutron release, or what they like to call enhanced radiation. When they shut down my MOS, and then I went to military intelligence, they signed a lot of those over to Israel, and no one wants to talk about it. Those Israelis came and took them, and they just got shipped from Germany to Israel. There you go. Now, here's the thing. Israel refuses to inventory them for us, and they won't let our inspectors in. So the thought is that there are some of those nukes floating around in Ukraine now via Israel that are then going to make their way to the United States so they can trigger another 9/11 event, so everybody will come in on the side of Ukraine and Israel. And they'll say it was Russia. They may just use them for a dirty bomb. I don't even know if they've sat that long, if the fuses work in those, because the fuse is a radioactive fuse. It needs to be reset every 20 years, 25 years. And it's not an easy thing to do. I'm not saying that the Israelis don't have the technology to do it. What I am saying is they may have taken some of their bad ones and they're sending them here to use as a dirty bomb, where they'll just break them up off the coast.
Now, Rob, that's what I would call obscenity.
What?
I'm just thinking about using Ukraine and Ukraine recently being allowed to do long-range missiles and strikes.
Okay, let me tell you the next part of this story. The ATACMS is dangerous. The reason why the ATACMS is dangerous is the ATACMS is the successor to the Lance missile. The Lance missile was the last missile that was able to field and launch the Whiskey 70-3 neutron, enhanced radiation warhead. ATACMS is also able to bolt up that warhead and send it downrange. People don't know that. Yeah. I can show you the documents. The military documents are out there where they took the Whiskey 70-3 and mounted it to the ATACMS fuselage, the mated missile assembly, and fired it downrange as a test. They didn't have a nuclear release, obviously, but they just dumped it in the water. But they did do the tests. It was retrofit. It's ready to go. No one wants to talk about it. That's why the moment they sent ATACMS to Ukraine, I'm like, this is bad. This is bad. Because put it together. If we have Whiskey 70-3 warheads missing, and then you give Ukraine, right, the mated missile assemblies, then all you need is Israel to come in and give them the warhead. Boop. Now you got a nuclear war, and no one knows, and everyone could deny it. Everyone could say they don't know who did it. You have no traceability. Again, the Israelis won't let us inventory their stockpiles. They keep saying they don't have nuclear missiles. That's a lie. We already know that. Okay? And they're not being surveilled properly. And even if they are, people will lie for them. So if they take those warheads,
can I ask
it off, who would ever know?
Can I ask a question here? So Trev put in the comments here, powderized uranium being released over major metro areas. So something I heard about with these drones over New Jersey, right? These supposed SUV-sized drones. I heard somebody hypothesize that they might be scanning for radioactive material, as if there might have been some kind of incident that they don't want us to know about. I'm just curious, like this whole UFO whatever drones over fucking New Jersey thing. I don't know the first goddamn thing about it, but I'm curious if anybody else here does.
First thing I'm hearing about it.
So
Okay,
I
so they
guess
have-
I'm in the area.
they have some
I
of them
might
that
as
have
well
cra-
speak,
okay.
right?
Yeah, go.
Go ahead, Bear, but you're very, very quiet. Try to
really. Oh,
yeah.
How's this?
That's better.
All right. I'm in the area, so I might as well speak. My buddy who is up near I-78, which is what that guy talked about in the video, he saw something and took a picture and sent it to me. I haven't talked to him in person since then, just texting, but like, yeah, there was stuff going on like right at his house, whatever it was. Just looked like a single light, not three.
I heard there were like 3,000 reports of anomalies, whatever. Yeah. So I'm not surprised you know somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen any myself. I saw a shooting star the other day, which was cool because the Geminids just were going on. But yeah, I mean, we've had a lot of. You were talking about uranium or whatever in the sky. We've definitely had some trailing going on. In the last. Like a couple weeks ago, it was heavy. Mike, you posted something about it, and I was like, "Yeah, that's been going on around us." It was pretty obvious.
Does anybody have any clue as to what was actually going on here?
Well, you wouldn't, because if there is any kind of nuclear or radioactive event, the protocol is say nothing. So one of the things you learn about in the nuclear surety program is if there's a broken arrow or a bent spear event where there's could be nuclear material or a nuclear weapon that's breached or something like that, it is 100% deny and deflect.
Deny, depose, defend.
All that. Basically identical. You don't say anything. Nobody says anything. No press releases, no nothing. Okay? So
yeah. Easier to blame it on the aliens, right?
Well, or look at it. Never let a tragedy go to waste, right? Isn't that what the Obama-Biden administration has already said all these years? So what they're doing is they're looking for a way to weaponize it. I would assume that the way they're going to weaponize it is they're going to say, well, you know, it's going to come out that yeah, there was radiation, and Biden's going to say, well, I can't give up the presidency and let Trump in on it because we are under a state of emergency. That's what I see this as. I
saw an interesting take. No Agenda, fucking Adam Curry. He was making the argument maybe this is like a psyop to restrict drones. There's no.
Oh, they already did that.
No play. Yeah, they did. You need a license to fly a drone over whatever 200 feet elevation or something like that.
No. It's a size, and there are places that are no drones whatsoever, and they have a transmitter that sends a signal that makes the drone basically go to max altitude and disappear. You lose control of it. I had that happen here because behind me is an electrical power substation, right? So once the drone would go up, because I'd want to see like what kind of crackheads roving around or whatever, I put the drone up one time and it just went full throttle straight up. Now, the one that I found a few that no longer use that protocol anymore, one of which is the Holy Stone 720G or any of the 720 variants. Apparently, they'll let me fly without taking off and disappearing. But even my small stunt drone, which is supposed to be perfectly legal in this case, I lost one.
Really?
So,
wow.
Yeah. They have transmitters that basically are jammers and just keep sending out a up signal.
Well, this is something I was curious to get your take on, Rob. As far as like, could we develop a simple jammer that can run off of DeWalt battery packs? That's what I want to know. But But before we go into all that, let me give Ando a chance to say hello. Ando, can you hear us? Can we hear you?
Nope.
Can't hear you, Ando.
We can't hear you, Ando.
He's being censored.
We want it.
They know the obscenity he shall speak.
Looks like a very girthy microphone you have there.
He's got a very suggestive microphone.
Yeah, try deep throating it. See what happens.
Ando, I just turned you up. Can you hear us?
Can you hear
His
me?
audio input setting.
We
There,
can hear you.
bam.
Yeah, there you are.
What up, man?
Okay, good. I'm getting a really bad buzz as well, though. If
we can hear
yeah, and an echo.
There's some echo. Yeah.
Rob, I think it might be your OBS thing doing that feedbacky thing, because when you went mute, it went away. All
Well,
right,
Ando,
all right.
Ando,
What's up, everybody? Can you hear me?
let me-
Okay. Is
can
my
hear you.
level okay?
You sound great, Ando. And let me just say, congratulations. I don't know, maybe you've been on the forum since, but you are
yeah, we
you
had
are a
one.
newlywed.
Yes, I am.
Happy marriage.
Oh,
Congratulations, man.
Yeah,
Congrats,
doing that
man.
life
I mean
thing.
it. I mean it.
Yeah.
I wish I could have been there, but you know how it goes.
It's awesome getting your cards.
Oh yeah, awesome. Yeah, so you got the thank you card, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. Whew. What's up, everybody? I'm Ando. I am the Doom Kitchen on Twitter, yet I don't use it very much anymore. I don't use very much of anything anymore. I've been
Sounds
working
like
my ass
you
off lately.
sounds like you haven't slept a whole lot in the last couple days.
No, it was just today. After work, I needed to pick up something about an hour away. There was a free dishwasher an hour away, and my dishwasher, since I moved into my house, has been broken. So I got a working dishwasher.
Well, if it's
and then
free,
did errands.
If it's free, I'll take 3.
Oh yeah. I've never needed it, but it is nice to have a working appliance in the place where the appliance is taking up space. It's taking up shelf space, so you know. But anyway.
Well, Ando,
you guys are talking about this drone thing. This is funny.
Yeah.
Last night, when I was finishing work, I was listening to Tim Dillon, and he said, "Congratulations, America, for not falling for this op. You just don't care. It's great." And that's
Dude,
kind of how
it reminds me of the.
That is good. I like it. That's a
It
good
reminds
take.
me of the spy balloon, which was
spy balloons.
which was very early in the WTF forum. That was like episode 2 or 3 or something, where we were talking about the spy balloon, and we at the right away we're like, something about this
There
just
was more
seems
since
weird.
then, maybe. Because I was not in early WTF, but that doesn't seem that long ago. I've been with you guys.
Dude, it was long enough ago. Yeah.
I remember
Sorry,
that
I'm
one
probably quiet.
because they crashed it. They crashed it somewhere off the coast of South Carolina, and I was there that day on the other end of South Carolina, and I remember doing the forum in my truck. I was at the Quick Trip. I know exactly where I was.
Yeah. But no, it kind of smells the same way, right? Like just something about it doesn't fucking smell right.
I think the smell's a little different. That was more concerning, but then a week or two later they had more, and then we found out that basically the area above us is just an interstate highway for balloons of all other nations to just, like do whatever the hell they want. So we found that out pretty quick afterwards. But yeah, that's that's how that one went. This though, it seemed like people were doing the whole alien thing really fast, and anytime someone says alien or UFO or whatever, or UAP is what they're calling them now, anytime that comes up, I'm just like, okay, this is fake and gay. Immediately, just okay, whatever this is, it's just some bullshit. It's some more government shit. Whatever our next psyop is.
That has become my automatic response as well, for sure.
Yeah,
well, everybody
any of the alien
who
stuff.
said alien was blue beam aliens, not real aliens. The psyop aliens. That's what we thought it was.
I'm really glad though that people's first conclusion now is blue beam. That we've kind of done our job in the way that people assume blue beam anytime something gets weird.
Well, do you think that's Twitter?
I was just educating the Swede on HARP because he said something about how the winters in Sweden are not what they used to be, and I said, "You're welcome. That's us."
What's up, Swede? I haven't seen you since Chile. How's it going?
Microwaves from Alaska, bro. They're radiating your fucking
Yankees, ruining my Swedish winter.
Well, and let's be
Thanks,
honest.
Obama.
Hey, that HARP system is actually originally Nazi, so Swede might have had something to do with it. You never know. A lot of them were kind of, both sides of that fence. You know what I mean?
Well,
we
Swede.
play both sides always, so we stay on top.
Well, I've seen some of your old movies from the 70s, and there was a lot of both sides going on. I will say that right now. Yes.
You neutral ass motherfucker.
Yeah, have you seen the one with the big red sausage?
Oh, no. 2 girls, 1 cup. What is that?
No matter where you go, there you are.
Oh. What the fuck?
All right.
Hey.
On that note, let's bring it back to obscenity here. Let me play you a couple minutes of this legal discussion, and we'll come back.
Hey guys, welcome to Hip Use History as we hit you up with some Supreme Court precedent today as we get in the time machine and go back to 1973 and take a look at the court case Miller versus California and see if we can test the constitutionality of creepiness. That's right, guys. We get to define what's obscene and what's free speech in today's lecture, looking at the Miller test. So I hope that you guys are excited, not in a creepy way, as we try to grow our brains 10 times its size. So why don't we go giddy up for the learning and go get her done right now. All right, guys, why don't we define the constitutional issues first, and we'll go backtracking a little bit. How about that? And the real constitutional issue is, number one, is obscenity protected by the First Amendment's freedom of speech clause? That's the first question. And then the second question is, if it is not, how do we define obscenity? And there is a split Supreme Court. There is a 5-4 split in 1973 with a majority that's going to be led by Chief Justice Warren Burger, which is going to argue that it is not constitutionally protected, and there should be some type of guidelines that allow states and localities to charge people if they believe that it has met this standard. So that's what we're going to kind of do in this lecture. But the first thing that I would like to do is kind of go backward to see how we're going to work our way up to California versus Miller in 1973. So you ready? We're going to go back. We're going to go back. We're going to go way back to like the 19th century with all the poofy dresses and everyone was uptight. 1973, we're going to define obscenity and actually change the precedent of the court case called Roth versus the United States that was put down as the law of the land in 1957. But believe it or not, kiddos, there was a time before the 1950s and before the 1950s, before Roth, we used something that was called the Hicklin test. And that actually generates from English common law. So you can go back to Great Britain. That's the worst accent ever. And you have to go back to 1857 with the Obscene Publication Act. It was also called Lord Campbell's Act, which basically defined for Great Britain how they were going to get rid of what they called obscene material. And there was a court case in England that was generated from this called Regina versus Hicklin, the Hicklin test. And the Hicklin test, this was in 1868 in Great Britain, but it's going to be used by the courts in the United States. And you can see how they're going to define obscenity. And here are the words right now. A tendency to deprave and corrupt those whose minds are open to such immoral influences and to whose hands a publication of this sort may fall. So if someone, if a dirty bird gets hold of your stuff and it makes them a dirtier bird, then it's labeled obscene. And it was actually a court case that was challenging anti-Catholic literature that actually had some racy stuff inside of it that related to confessionals, where the priests were asking women detailed questions about their sins. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hug. And the argument from that side was, hey, you know, we're not doing this for sexual gratification reasons. We're doing this because we're trying to expose corruption. And the court said it doesn't matter. Context doesn't matter. Intention doesn't matter. What matters is if you know, someone with a tendency to be a dirty bird gets a hold of this and uses it to be a dirtier bird. They didn't use the dirty bird analogy, but you get what I mean. So this is a very, very broad interpretation of what would be labeled obscene. The government.
All right. Stopping it there. Very, very broad definition of what might be obscene. This is my issue. I'm not opposed to labeling certain things obscene, but the broad definition is somewhat frightening.
Well, this
Well,
just
we've
gets
already seen it
into
weaponized in court, you know?
it's a subjective thing in a lot of cases, so you have to come up with an objective definition, and I think they did that in 1973 with the Miller Supreme Court case, and that means that anything has to be of literary, artistic, political, or scientific value in order to not be considered obscene. And that was something that's an old thing. That's something I learned in radio school back in the day.
Well, radio is actually a really good like microcosm of this idea of obscenity law, because there were very few industries, if any, that were as heavily sort of regulated, censored, whatever you want to call it, as radio. You know, I've got a friend who was a DJ, a morning radio DJ for 20 something years in Indianapolis. He's a borderline local celebrity. And we've talked about the fact that, you know, the FCC and whatever regulating bodies, you know, he had to be very, very, very careful as to what he said, you know, and he's not an obscene kind of guy, you know.
So he's not an Opie and Anthony type?
No, he wasn't you know, Beavis and Butthead. He wasn't, what's the goddamn radio guy, the shock jock, literally
Stern,
Howard Stern.
Yeah.
He was not
No.
Howard Stern, but he still had to watch his ass, you know.
Well, to be fair, Howard Stern's not even Howard Stern anymore.
No.
Yeah.
True.
Well, Howard Stern's always been an asshole.
Yeah.
It's kind of the only thing
Well,
that
that
really
we know.
matters.
That's true.
To me.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, but now
This we
he's like he's just completely afraid of COVID, like more afraid than
yeah.
anybody you've ever met.
It's kind of hilarious.
Yeah.
But the question remains, does Howard Stern have the right to be an asshole?
Yeah.
Well,
that
yeah.
was a cultural push at the time. So you saw that play out during that time, and that's funny because that is you know, I started radio in 1998, and so seeing that play out, that played out during that time because everybody was trying to push the line from, you know, the 90s, sort of liberalizing everything, and yet again turning obscenity into like a subjective thing instead of an objective thing, and that's why the Miller case had to define it objectively.
It does make sense to have some kind of like standard for public broadcasting in a way, but like as far as pornography goes and stuff like that, you know, snuff, all that, but like, yeah, I guess the enforcement of it is a difficult thing to figure out.
I wonder, Trev, are you with us? Because you placed a comment in the private chat about pornography fucking your life up, and I wonder if you'd expand on that.
It's just something, you know, like, and some people my age bracket are probably in the same boat of you got exposed to it early on, and then it kind of sticks with you, whether it's things that you've seen or habits that you've built. Like, there is no education in it. There is no politics in it. It's just
so in terms of this, was it the Miller test or something? Does pornography have any redeeming value in terms of literary, political, educational, whatever those like number of qualifying factors were? Like,
I can't think of any. No.
I'm with you.
It's a time suck and an energy suck that brings you further from the people in your life. It removes you. It's like it's a moment of failure where everyone is always like, okay.
Let me put it this way, man. So like, I think I was wise enough. Like, dude, I literally have this like core memory where I was at Bible camp. I was at, church camp. And our whole cabin, it was like a bunch of like 12, 13-year-old boys with a couple of like 16 to 18-year-old sort of cabin dads or whatever, right? And we were all close enough in age to where we recognized, we found out that we were all struggling with the same problem, and that was porn. And we talked about it like in depth, like in the cabin, like after we were supposed to be asleep, but we stayed up and we talked about how porn was fucking our lives up. And that was when I was like, dude, I mean, that was like 15 years ago. I was a kid, and it's still a problem. We addressed it right then and there, but we didn't fix it. We didn't solve it. We noticed it.
Yeah, I had a similar thing. There was a bachelor party where we were hanging out, drinking outside in the cold. We went up to New York somewhere, and yeah, it was. We sort of talked about some of that stuff, and no one said it was good for their marriage.
Did anybody else ever find their dad's porn stash? I'm just curious.
No, not really.
It's not really
I
a
found
thing
rubbers.
from my generation. Like the generation of fathers here, they don't really have that. But I'm gonna break in and just say, I'm gonna head out. It's great talking with y'all. Stay free, stay scuffed.
We love you, Swede.
It's been a lot of fun having you, man.
Sorry for falling asleep. Have a good one, lads.
No, it's all good, dude. It adds to the authenticity.
For sure.
Don't worry.
Absolutely. I'll always leave them guessing what's going to happen next.
Brother, sleep tight and let that knee rest, man. I hope you're back up and walking. Next time I see you, I want it to be a fair fight. So
yeah. Gonna break my other knee down.
Oh, I see.
Gotta utilize that free Kami healthcare.
All right. Love you, bro. Good to see you, man.
Love you. See ya.
So any thoughts before I do have another clip? This is probably sort of the one that will wrap up the idea of porn. But any thoughts before we play?
I'll just say to tie up what we were just talking about.
I did find stash.
What, Ando?
I did find the stash whenever I was a kid, but it was stuff
You found-
from the 60s.
You found your dad's stash.
My grandfather. I found my grandfather's Playboy stash whenever I was a young man, a boy, and yeah, it was from the 60s, and yeah, it was.
We lost you, Ando. Where'd you go?
Frozen out.
All right. Well, in that case, let me just maybe
It was funny because like whenever cousins and I were looking at this, we were like, these people are old now. These girls are dead. Some of them are old. This is crazy.
They were hot.
Why would that matter? What the?
Now they're rot.
Ando, your connection seems to be hit or miss, but we've
been having some audio issues here.
We got the majority of what
Yeah.
you were laying down. But here, let me play this. So this is a bit of a roundtable discussion about the legality of obscenity laws, and one of the people here directly represents the porn industry.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for tuning in to this episode of First Amendment Museum Unscripted. Today, I'm joined by 3 colleagues here, and we're going to talk about obscenity. So go ahead, Mr. Whitney Strub, if you want to introduce yourself.
Sure. Hey, everybody. I'm Whit Strube. I'm an associate professor of history at Rutgers University, Newark, and I've written scholarly work on obscenity, including the book Obscenity Rules about the Roth v. U.S. case in 1957 that set the basic template for obscenity doctrine at the Supreme Court.
Hi, my name is Ari Cohn. I am free speech counsel at Tech Freedom, where we focus on technology policy. Before that, I was the director of the Individual Rights Defense Program at the Foundation for Individual Rights in Education, which has since rebranded to expand beyond education. So I've been in the First Amendment world for a decade now, and what a decade it's been.
And last but not least.
My name is Jeffrey Douglas. I'm a criminal defense attorney in Santa Monica, California. I've represented the adult entertainment industry since 1982. I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Adult Industries Trade Association, the Free Speech Coalition. I've defended half a dozen or so obscenity cases that have gone to trial. Years ago did a study of state level and federal, but trial level obscenity prosecutions throughout the United States. So I looked at the materials that were prosecuted from 87 to 95, 94, something like that, about 2,500 prosecutions across the United States.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you all for joining us. It's going to be a good discussion. I'm going to start by asking a very basic question. Maybe it's so basic it might be a tricky question. What is obscenity? Anybody can just go ahead and take it. And
Start with Whit on that one, I think. You wrote the book.
Yeah, sure. I mean, obviously it's one of those words that has multiple usages, right? There's the vernacular usage of it, and then there's the formal legal definition. And I think, the difference between those two leads to a lot of confusion. But I mean, at a formal legal level, it's predominantly, what's the classic? I mean, my God, I wrote the book on this and I should remember it verbatim. But the classic definition is, material that taken as a whole offends contemporary community standards by relying on a prurient interest. And then that was, modified piecemeal over the years. But fundamentally, I think that's the core of the legal definition, and it's also material that therefore does not have the protection of the First Amendment. That's the also critical factor, I would say.
And go ahead, Jeffrey.
I was just going to say, as in real life, it is the most irrational, bizarre, intellectually indefensible rule the United States Supreme Court has ever issued. No one understands what it means. At the core of it is contemporary community standards, but no one knows what that means. There is no equivalent in real life. As a colleague of mine says, there's no community standard for ice cream. And insofar as one could fantasize that there's a community standard for the depiction of sex, how in the world will we know what it is? Because the one thing you don't talk to colleagues or fellow bus riders about is what you fantasize about sex, what you watch on your home video about sex. Sex is a secret. So how in the world would anyone have any idea what the contemporary community standard is? It's asinine.
So is obscenity just porn? Is that an okay term to use, or is that that's a genuine question. I don't know if that's how me and my friends might talk about it.
I find it inoffensive, and I represent the industry, so yeah.
Okay. So, don't offend anybody. So is obscenity just porn, or is there more to obscenity than just something like porn?
Well, I think you just hit on the problem that Jeffrey identified, is that nobody knows what the hell it means.
I mean, it has to be the Venn diagram of pornography is immense, and it's entirely subjective, right? The shows that currently are big hits on TV, Game of Thrones, American Gods, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, would have been deemed pornography. Certainly when the Miller case came down. And to this day, there are many, many people that would characterize it as being pornographic. So the scope of what pornography is legally undefined and is almost entirely subjective.
Okay, I think that's all we need. This guy, he represents the industry, and I hate to agree with him, but I sort of kind of do. So somebody give me a reason to disagree.
I think that he's making a mistake in discussing sex in the same way that you discuss ice cream. I think that because of the immense power that there is in sex and the act thereof, it should be considered sacred, not secret. That has its own connotation.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That's exceptionally well said.
Sexuality as a extension of religion and or
your connection to God,
worship.
Yeah.
Sacred, not secret. I like the way you put that. Yeah.
Yes. So like I might discuss a sexual thing with a person who I have an intimate relationship with. Whether it's my partner or not is a different story. And like if I'm discussing sexual thing with somebody who I trust and know, and I'm maybe talking about my insecurities or, oh, hey, we're looking to spice it up. It's with somebody that I trust and with somebody who I know isn't going to use that against me. But just discussing that with somebody on the train is a very different kind of thing. And you don't do that with religion either, usually. You're going to discuss religion with somebody that you trust and care about. So...
Well, they used to say the three things you don't talk about, like at dinner, are sex, politics, and
religion.
Religion. Thank you. Yes.
Hello, we were just going there. Come on,
right. But yeah, I mean,
what's funny though,
maybe there's
is
a reason
that is
for
exactly
that
what actual families do talk about.
Yeah, especially around Christmas and Thanksgiving,
Yeah.
But
Well,
there's maybe a
because-
good reason that was a norm. We shouldn't maybe bother. Like, what good is that going to do?
The problem is just like pornography and, religion and sex and all these other things have become the common vernacular in the public square. And that's where we've broken down, I think. And that's basically what it seems like Trevor's trying to portray here, is that we've kind of overstepped our bounds of humanity and what it should be important to us as individuals.
When everybody's welcome into the Holy of Holies, when you've banalized the sacred, then it's no longer sacred. That place is no longer holy. If everybody gets a trophy, who gives a fuck about the trophy?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We've commoditized ourselves.
This is
at the behest of whomever, our global leadership, our liberalism, our freedoms, whatever, new religion or new God we worship has decided to destroy what makes us human. We've been dehumanized and commoditized.
It's making me think of the woman this week that banged 100 guys.
Yes, that comes up. Yeah.
Dude, I almost brought that as a clip, but I chose not to. Even though the topic du jour is kind of pornography, it makes me so sad. If you watched that video of her being interviewed after she fucked 100 guys in one fucking day, you can see how miserable she is. One day.
Yeah. She wants to go for more, if you can believe that. I think her goal was 1,000 or something. It's like, whoa. It's not good. It's not.
I almost don't want to give credit, but if you're interested in the story, her name is Lily Phillips, and it's really sad. It's just so sad.
Is that all she is? That's my question. And that may be the question she's asking herself. And while she's breaking down, it's exposing it.
She literally says, she says, I don't know if I have any other purpose.
Yeah.
On this planet.
Well, and
aside from
let's be honest. Unfortunately, in ancient times, the gangbang was a way to demoralize and destroy your enemy's females. Right? I mean,
rape.
We don't want to go there.
Has often been a tool of war. Yes,
that's right.
No, that's exactly what it is.
To say that it's not a tool of war, and then we've transferred it into a tool of freedom, of personal liberty. It's insane.
Guys, the better tool of war, though, is getting people to just do it voluntarily.
Which they have done. That's right.
Well, she fucked 100 guys voluntarily. So,
but did she? See, this is the deeper question. We talk about MK Ultra and mind control all the time. Are we going to put this all on her? I don't think that's fair either.
It's a good question. Yeah.
Right.
Like,
I don't know if that's fair either.
All the media, all the music that has been telling her, you're a boss bitch. You can be on your own. The only thing that makes you worthy is how hot you are. All those men are just objects, so it won't hurt your soul if you use them for your own pleasure.
Exactly. So not only is she dehumanizing herself, in a way she's dehumanizing the men, and in turn, dehumanizing all of us that have to witness it. There's a big problem here that people are just completely missing. And by the way, I'm not in the porn industry anymore, in case anyone wanted to know.
Hey, glad to hear it, man. You used to sell them rubber missiles left and right, but
no more
myself from that.
No more, huh?
No. No, my butthole's healing already. It's amazing.
So shifting, but like not shifting at the same time. Bill Burnham, the musician, comedian, Bo Burnham. He was what some people call patient zero for the internet. He became very, very famous very early in like YouTube terms. And I both understand and at the same time despise the message he chose to perpetuate. He was a self-hating white man. He was a cisgendered person who basically, allowed the anti-cis white rhetoric to get to his head. I don't know if I can say it any better than that. So let me play this.
I totally understand. I've always found him annoying and funny also, but also annoying.
Also annoying though. But let me play you a few minutes of this, and then I'm gonna give you the opposite, if you will.
Don't understand you.
Then you will run it one more time. Thinking I can handle this stress.
After quitting live comedy, Bo found solace in stepping away from the spotlight. He was still pulled toward art and thus took on the role of writer-director, in which he made a fantastic first feature-length film that would win a slew of awards and do so well at the film festivals that they actually ended up putting it in theaters for a time. Much like Zach Stone, 8th Grade is a sincere expression of Bo's experience with the internet and fame. It's a very Bo Burnham work of art. The conflicts are awkward and anxiety-inducing. The resolution is genuine and heartwarming. In addition to making a fantastic piece of art about it, he literally warned us in no uncertain terms in real life too.
The subtle way that the internet interfaces with our hearts,
No,
the way it
that's-
makes us feel kind of nervous in our bed at the end of the day, how you have to choose between all the information in the world and the back of your eyelids. That's kind of sad.
Okay, well.
We used to colonize land. That was the thing you could expand into. And that's where money was to be made. We colonized the entire earth. There was no other place for the businesses and capitalism to expand into. And then they realized human attention, that they are now trying to colonize every minute of your life. That is what these people are trying to do. Why do you think Snapchat exists? Why do you think they would make a company for 13-year-olds where a photo disappears after 24 hours? Why do you think kids would want to use that?
So when you look at what started as mostly superficial with a touch of honesty, we can see that Bo would continue to swim against that current gradually but successfully, transforming into an artist that is creating works that are now mostly honest with a touch of superficiality. And then we arrive at a familiar place. The kid is now a man, screaming into the digital void.
Wanting to put a bullet into my head with a gun. Maybe allowing giant digital media corporations to exploit the neurochemical drama of our children for profit. Maybe that was a bad call.
This is the punchline. And now we know the setup. And that's that he's been telling us this shit the whole time. He speaks directly about these same topics throughout Inside, increasingly so as his mental health further declines.
A few things start to happen, my vision starts to flatten, my heartache gets to tap in, and I think I'm gonna die. Mommy let you use her iPad. You were barely 2.
But as much as I'd like to echo praise for Inside, a topic that has much been praised already, what we need to talk about now is Bo Burnham's best joke.
Look at you people in the Abe Lincoln seats. Bam!
Not that one, although it does get me every time. Bo Burnham's best joke comes from the last song from the Inside outtakes, The Chicken.
The chicken decides to make her escape, get a taste of freedom.
Bo gives his own take on one of the most fundamental jokes in the whole wide world.
The chicken must first cross the road.
He takes the all too familiar, why did the chicken cross the road question, and gives it a serious answer via song.
So that's why she did it.
And that's what The Chicken is. It's the best, why did the chicken cross the road joke I've ever heard, because Bo Burnham's best jokes have never actually been his jokes. And that is what Bo's best joke is. It's on us, the audience. It always has been since he unveiled Art is Dead, since he opened What, since he ended Make Happy. It's like, haha, joke's on you. I'm not here to be funny. I'm here to be real. And that's why he's Bo Burnham. And that's why we keep coming back, because he's always been a great comedian, but he's always been a greater poet.
Now, let's have a good laugh with this car dealer from Louisiana who has saved his business via social media. How? Well, he mocks fame-seeking social media influencers online and manages to sell cars. Let's have a look at how Doug Townsend does it.
I really don't know what's gotten into me recently.
Not nutrition. Hey, we got a 24 Willys. Just came in. Come holla. Woo!
Feels so nice when you and I are working on the night shift.
Bro, Grinder is rocking these days. Working on the night. Anyway, hey, we got a 25 Ram 1500 SST. Come get it.
Y'all want to know who I date, who I go with?
Nope, but I think you think you're black. Hey, we got a 25 SST Ram truck. Come holla.
I want to suck me too. I want to suck me too.
My baby mama's grandma's got a fatter than you. You should take that thing and just go park it somewhere else. Hey, we got a 24 Jeep Gladiator.
Okay. I hope you see what I'm getting at here. You know, like, I fucking love Doug Townsend. He doesn't hate himself. Yeah? Anybody?
Yeah,
Hello?
that's pretty funny.
He was glorious.
It works. You know? It works.
Well, you know, he got fired.
What?
Yeah.
I wonder
let
how
me
much
see.
money he brought in, and then they were like, nah, if we fire him over this, we can keep the commissions.
Dude,
Yeah,
it's,
it might be.
It's literally, it's pretty much like that. Hang on here. Let me just show you. Any thoughts before I play the next part here? I guess not. Here we go.
Okay, so here's the long and skinny of my Instagram. So Chrysler Dodge Jeep is broken into two halves, right? All right, half the corporation loved me, the other half did not. And they went back and forth for months. And I would get the emails. And, I mean, I just kept making the videos. They came to the conclusion that they didn't like my videos no more. They were too racy. Okay, that's fine. But not only can I not make videos, I cannot be in front of a Chrysler Dodge Jeep product. They would be more receptive, this is their words, if I was gay, bi, or trans. There's money in that. That's what the guy told me. Basically, try to appeal another type of way. No, not changing for y'all or Hollywood. So I took off my Jeep hat. I'm done with Chrysler Dodge Jeep. At that time, I was talking to Kia and Tesla. So I went with Kia. And I mean, it got down to the wire, and I was going to sign with Dodge, but the other half of Chrysler Dodge Jeep took over. There was no more. So I went with Kia. So thank you, Kia, Vans, Peppermint Hippo, for sticking with me, and Columbia, out of all places. And there's a weed shop. I ain't supposed to say nothing about marijuana. But anyway, they all stuck with me, so I'm going to rock with them. But that's just heartbreaking. Everybody asked me about my Instagram. Well, I can't. When my Instagram got flagged for selling the products, they took down my Instagram with 795,000 followers. I'm not starting over again because I'm not that invested in it. I like doing the stand-up. I like doing the skits. I like doing the podcast. But I can do all that at a dealership. I mean, I can literally do all that. So I made sure I'm good with Kia. Thank God. And I'm going to make videos again. But I just can't do it with my Jeep hat on. And I can't do it in front of the product that I love so much. Who would have thought that Ram Trucks doesn't like straight guys? That's a joke. I used to make fun of Ford. I'm not anymore. But anyway, so I decided that I'm going to go back and sell cars while I try to figure this thing out. I got tired of sitting at home being depressed about this corporate stuff. And either I'm going to build it back up or I'm not. I really don't care. The internet's not going to dictate my life. It's not. Some people get offended. Some people don't. But the ones that get offended is because they actually see themselves in me. I'm really not like the character I portray on the internet. Anyway, so if you want a Kia, because I can sell Kia, come holler. I'm going to have all new videos come out. You can watch them or not. I don't care. But it's not going to be one right after the other. I made my money. Now it's just time to enjoy life. I'm going to do stand-up when I want to. I'm going to do podcasts when I want to. But it's all going to be on my time. Thank you so much to Vans, Peppermint Hippo, and Kia for sticking with me. Thank God for Kia.
Low key, I want to get Doug on the forum. And my question, after posing this all to you, who's more obscene, Doug Townsend or Bo Burnham? Who has a positive message and who has a negative one?
Criticisms of social, how can I say it? Criticisms of social issues will always be protected. And as far as I am concerned, I see both of them as a criticism of our current society. So
sure.
How
my distinction between the two is that I think one hated himself and the other loved himself.
Do you guys you're familiar with the term "fuck you money"?
Mm-hmm.
This is something I've been thinking about lately because, like, Joe Rogan is where I heard about "fuck you money," right? And the concept is that you get enough money that no one can tell you what to do. You're free, right? You can do whatever you want for the rest of your life. So I like to think that I have fuck you money, even though I have nothing even close to what Joe Rogan has. But what it really comes down to is, can I survive for a while if shit goes south? And can I say no? Can I like, if I was asked to make a decision, could I say no? Like for my employment or something, even though my employers wouldn't really do this of me, you know, just hypothetical.
I remember the day that I had to like face that decision of, okay, do I basically say fuck you to the company and keep getting paid like however much, or do I just go ahead and stick to my guns? Yeah. It doesn't, you don't have to have that much if you have a character that actually matters. Like if you have a strong spine. And I feel like
a lot of my resources are hunting and wood fires and stuff, you know?
Yeah.
It's not that I have a ton of money, but I'm resourceful and I know how to do shit.
Resources are wealth. I mean,
Yeah.
so maybe we should say more appropriately, not F you money, but F you resources, and i.e. wealth, you know, and if you have a store of that, that gives you options. You know,
Well, and as far as everyone
and it can
having
also
your
be
price,
expertise.
like everyone has their price, right? There's things I would consider doing for $1 million, I'm sure. I've never had that offer, but I'm sure I would consider some kind of
Indecent
whatever.
proposals. Here we are back to porn. Everything goes back to either Hitler or porn.
Oh man, there we are. You're right. Yeah, like $1 million, it would be tempting. Anyone?
Bueller.
Ando. Come on.
I was just thinking about how bad it would be to combine the two.
Hitler porn.
Why is there a watermelon?
Yes.
Why is there a watermelon there? Why is there a watermelon there?
So I was trying to find a clip and I couldn't find it, so I'm giving up. But it was about Joe Rogan and whether or not he's like a good guy, you know. And it was this black comedian. I wish I could find it. God damn. But she was basically saying during COVID, no black comedians called her to see if she was okay, but Joe Rogan did. You know what I'm saying? Like, and she was basically like, all this shit about Joe Rogan being racist and this and that, it's bullshit. She goes, he is the only guy that checked in on me.
Dude, Joe Rogan's my doctor.
Humanity supersedes, with some people, supersedes race.
Right.
I don't even know. You know what? Why? What? How are they constructing this new division now? It's very strange. I don't get it.
Well, I will share this instead of that clip. I've got a different one that kind of summarizes the same point. I will say this clip gives me hope that we actually might be winning, because I think the opposing side is self-destructing.
I know him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronouns?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Quick point of privilege once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload. And that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, you know, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered, and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay? Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or over, like...
I see that no one's clapping for me. It could be because I'm not engaging, but it also is because everyone's doing this. And that's really important, because those loud bursts of noise, even though this is a noisy space, we can do something like reducing that. That's really important. So please don't clap, shoot up these. We have a lot of disabled comrades, and a lot of those are invisible disabilities. You don't know who it is that is having a more difficult time navigating this space, and this space was not created with all of their needs in mind. So it's up to us to modify that space to make sure that everybody is able to move in the ways that they need to move. And additionally, with the noise issue, like avoid hissing, avoid waving banners, right? Because there's all sorts of things. You don't know what to do, show up these, right? I'm sure there's lots of ways that we can communicate to each other without needing to rely on something that's going to hurt somebody else. We have quiet rooms that are available. There's a range of options of these, right? Please don't go into that space with anything that's like an aggressive scent, for instance, right? Because we don't want to put people in stressful situations that they don't consent to, right? And there are right-wing infiltrators who are trying to get in here, but it's going to be really traumatic for people if we're not making an affirmative effort to de-escalate each other and de-escalate ourselves, right? Take a deep breath. And feel better before you say anything. Don't really talk to anybody who doesn't have a credential, especially if you claim to be from the press. You have no idea who that person is. Please do not talk to anybody who identifies themselves as a member of the press without having credentials.
Am I the only audiophile who wants to experience that room?
And the digital space, he's the king.
He is.
You're good friends with him. So what's Joe like? Because you know him behind the camera, not in front of the camera.
Joe, a nice person. Joe, you know, I hear a lot of things about Joe. People say he's racist, and I said, no, that's not the Joe I know. He's nice. If I ever need something, he, you know, I can pick up the phone and call him. Hey, Joe, I can be honest with you. I can ask Joe to tweet out a show or help me with a show before I can ask a black comedian. And that's bad to say. When the pandemic hit, two people called me and asked me, was I going to make it through the pandemic? And one of them was Joe Rogan. Wow. And I said, huh? I said, no, I'm going to be okay. He said, you good? You good? And the other one was Bert Kreischer. I said, no, I'm gonna be okay. I'm good. Now, one black comedian called me and asked me, are you going to be okay? You going to make it through the pandemic? I don't even think we checked on each other like that.
No.
I mean, but, you know, and my daughter get on me all the time because she just see things one way. I see things down the middle. Like when people be talking that crap about Joe Rogan, that ain't the Joe Rogan I know.
Right.
He's a friend. He cares. If I call him, he'll pick up the phone. If he can help me, he will help me. And I mean, there were times I asked certain comedians to tweet out my show and they wouldn't even do it. I asked Joe to do it and no problem, Pat, just send it to me.
So my point here, what is obscene? You know, they censored Joe Rogan, but they didn't censor these fucking lefty lunatics that can't stand a little bit of clapping.
Mike,
what is obscene, man?
I was thinking about that meme where it's like, hey, please stop giving me your toughest battles. These are our enemies. That's it. But they disrupt themselves. Their whole system, which is
I think they're all vax injured.
Yeah. No, this is actually
it's like what that forum is about. It's like this is a vax injured seminar to help you with your injuries.
They won't even acknowledge that. That makes them blow a fuse.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's a tough thing to take on as humans. But dude, Miss Pat, like she's got such a powerful story. Like she's been shot in the tit and everything, and she's so hilarious about it. And yeah, I don't know. Like she definitely rides that line of obscenity. Like she's a comedian. So it's an adult forum.
That's
and
what
I think
comedians do.
Really, what this comes down to is it's an adult forum, and it's not for kids. And I don't know how to enforce that or anything like that. Maybe you don't do it from a centralized way or something. Maybe it's the parents' responsibility.
Well,
Maybe it should be the parents' responsibility. Do you remember when parents had responsibility for their fucking children?
Right. This is kind
and
of
I
my
didn't
point.
mean fucking children. I meant they had responsibility for their children.
For their fucking children. We get you. We don't think you're a pedo. All right. You're good. But this is my point. Like, what is obscene? Like, comedy is by nature supposed to be a little bit shocking, a little bit obscene. And I guess I'm way more inclined to trust the people that are overtly obscene versus the ones that push obscenity through like a veil of morality, right?
Subversive.
Yeah.
Self-righteousness. That's what they really use. That's the weapon. This false idea of righteousness is bullshit. And we just saw that expounded in every direction in that stupid meeting. I mean, they can't even communicate. They're too busy communicating their grievances than actually
even
getting anything done.
There's no meeting about anything.
Right.
No.
Exactly. It's
pure psychosis the whole time.
Total self-destruction.
So I had some friends that got way into the Occupy shit back in I think it was like 2008 or so, or maybe 2007. You guys remember all that? And they said that this is what was going on, and so this is something that's rung true for a little while, and it's probably only gotten worse because there's just so many different things now. Now it's all about this like this. Sudden loud noises and whatnot for people's autisms or whatever the hell is going on here. So let them have it. Let them be all inclusive. Let them have all this stuff because it is going to be their downfall.
Actually accomplish, right?
Yeah, it's like the grievance and disability Olympics, and they're just sitting there trying to upstage each other like some kind of form of demented, like grievance rappers. They're having like a rap battle.
It literally gets worse, y'all. Let me just play. This is the last like 30 seconds.
Don't talk to cops. Don't talk to MAGA assholes. We're almost there. But thank you. We are going to be visited tomorrow by some MAGA protesters. Is there anybody here who's done abortion clinic escort work? By all means, don't talk to cops if there are cops there for any reason at all, right? And if you do see someone talking to cops, let the marshals know. We are safe and we are strong because there's power in collective work.
Yeah. Just wanted to play the last bit there because it's clear these people are totally psychotic.
I have to drop out of school thanks to that video.
Did you?
I literally, my brain cells can't handle this anymore, and I won't be able to pass my classes. Like, you've made me retarded. Thank you.
You're welcome.
They're making me neurotic with their neurosis.
Yeah.
It is a disease. This is the woke disease, is this neurosis. You know?
I need to prove that I'm smarter than everybody, so I'm just going to become an atheist. I don't know what I'm talking about.
So, it's
pretty
unreal.
Much. Yeah.
It's painful. Comrade. Noises, triggering. What the fuck?
Yeah. Well, okay, so to take it back to the United Healthcare assassination guy, Luigi Giovanni, whatever the fuck, that video where he's like, this is insulting to the American intelligence. I'm like, okay, I agree. But then he says something about lived experience, and I'm like, all right, you lost me, you fucking lefty cuck. Like, fuck you.
He reminds me of who was it? Patty Hearst, right? Rebelling against her rich Republican parents.
Interesting.
It's the fucking Symbionese it's a Symbionese Liberation Army all over again. Somebody in San Francisco got a hold of his ass for 90 days and MK'd him.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like to me. I could be
Patty
wrong,
Hearst.
but
Patty Hearst might be the best correlation. Actually, I hadn't thought about that.
It's very similar. It's even in the same area.
Yeah,
and it's the same MO. It's the same thing that happened with Patty Hearst. She disappears for a time being. They send out an APB, say, well, our son or our child is lost and missing and won't, answer phone calls, and the police go, okay, we got it, we'll put in a missing persons, and then they magically reappear performing a crime.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm amazed that there's not more people who came, like, that we didn't have a huge number of people right after COVID, because you're isolated, you're just probably mainlining whatever the crap media the algorithm feeds you, which can be manipulated. And for anybody in a state where drugs have become more or less illegal, enough pot, enough mushrooms, enough whatever, without like taking any kind of break, throw in alcohol, throw in depression, the cocktails that you get, and boom, you could have a ton of people who've been MK'd that we are just waiting for their triggering moment.
This is very true. It looks like, they were saying it was a mass psychosis event, right? But now we're just looking for the Manchurian trigger, the Red Queen, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're just looking for all these people to hit their Red Queen moment, for them to go off the damn rails. And maybe he hit his, whatever that would have been. Now, and here's the other thing, his thing with his back. Is anybody buying that?
Dude, I don't buy it.
I'm not buying it, because yes, he's got screws in his back, whatever. But as far as the pain level that they're talking about, no. I do know if you hurt that part of your back, you become impotent, because I've injured that part of my back and sex drive was like down to double zeros, right? But it does eventually heal and it comes back. I guess my thing is, he would have been bedridden. If it was as bad as I've seen other people have it and as I've had it, you're just bedridden. You're out. You can't do shit. You definitely ain't thinking about shooting nobody. You may be thinking about shooting yourself, but that's about it. You ain't going to mess with United Healthcare or anything. Now, there is a secondary layer to this, that United Healthcare was going to merge with Amedisys, which is a hospice care company, and there's a thought that they were actually holding back. They were holding back the payments from Lorien Healthcare, which is the one that his parents own, and subsequently doing that to be able to better influence them to sell out to Amedisys when the merger with United Healthcare went through. But that is the only connection that he and his family have with United Healthcare at this point. So I'm not buying that either.
Rob,
he did not do
what
any
if
of
you
us
just
a
had a
favor.
shot of cortisol? That
What about
changed
it?
situations.
Look, did you see that picture of him?
Cortisol is turned into cortisterol in the body, and I have seen people lose their frickin' mind on cortisol shots. I had a problem with a guy in the oil field who got a shot of cortisol at the VA, came back to work because him and I were in a truck accident. We got rear-ended in the oil field by some lady who wasn't paying attention and was on her phone, and we got rear-ended. I was just fine, and I guess he hurt his back somehow. Anyways, after that, got a cortisol shot and was off the damn rails, man. And it is a foregone conclusion that cortisol shots can affect your mental health pretty considerably. So,
well, they were floating out that photo of him with like abs, like the goddamn, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, like
yeah, he's
wicked
all Adonis abs and shit.
Wicked abs. And it's like, you don't get abs like that if your back is fucked up. I mean, let's just be honest,
Right. Well, but I mean, I've almost got my six-pack back, and it's just through diet. Okay, because I quit eating all carbs. So, yeah.
For all I know, this dude was base as fuck, right? Like, maybe we should be on his side, but like, I'm just not so quick to. It actually kind of bothers me to see like a lot of the people in this like kind of anarchist sphere being like, oh yeah, like fucking kill the CEOs. It's like, dude, like, you know what they're gonna do? They're just gonna put some other motherfucker in the same position, and nothing is gonna change. Like,
Mike, that is anarchy.
Well,
That-
to me,
that's,
to me-
that's what you guys asked for.
well, to me, anarchism is more about like let's shame and ridicule.
If you
murder doesn't accomplish anything.
If
know
you
what I
can't
mean?
stop a devil like that via the state, then you got to take matters into your own hands. And
I see your argument, but I don't necessarily agree. To me, if you take
this is what you asked for.
If you take the violent approach, though, you only get more of what you're trying to fight against.
Okay, so you just do nothing. Yeehaw! Welcome to Libertarian Party.
Well, yeah,
Chase Oliver 2024.
You've got a point. I mean, I'm not.
We're witnessing the human condition. This is not the condition of quote, how can you say it, voluntary collectivism or anything like this. This is just the human condition, and this is actually what we rage against. Okay, as people who are voluntarists, right? Is the human condition is one that wants easy answers like murder, etc.
Right.
And you don't always get it, especially if you're going for people at the lowest of levels. I mean, these CEOs might as well, they're dudes down the street in a lot of cases. Let's be honest.
They're
Don't make
interchangeable.
as much money as people think. That's
They're
right.
totally-
And that's the other thing.
Yeah.
They're retard Legos. I mean, take another retard, plug them in there. plug the other
They're
one. It
not
don't matter.
Rothschilds.
Yeah, they're not calling the big shots like your Larry Finks and your McNeelys and people like that. And even if you were to take them out, AI already runs everything. So even if you took out a Larry Fink, it doesn't matter.
What
the AI
difference does
is
it make?
steamrolling over you anyway.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So you have to change the hearts and minds. That's the biggest one, and that is the media. And unfortunately, thank God for what we do here, which is us being the independent new media. Thank God for that. But they're trying to shut that down. I don't know if you saw the recent interview. Who is that guy that they were having an interview with, who basically said, "Hey, James Carville." He said, "Hey, you missed the boat." Which let's be honest, right wingers didn't really vote for Trump. It was everybody voted for Trump to make this happen because the left had gone so much into sniffing its own farts that it passed out and was asleep in a corner somewhere.
Rob, you're making me uneasy with all your noise. Can you tone it down so you don't trigger me?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, put your hands up and wiggle.
Yes. So I guess my feeling is that even the leftists know that they missed the boat that we are currently on. The good ship, common sense, right? They thought they could just push the media into psychosis, which is where they are, and by doing so, eventually turned everybody off because they just threw out too many lies. Too many things no longer made sense, and a lot of people snapped out of their MK Ultra, right? Which I find interesting that right after that happens, we have a guy like
a lot of people didn't.
Luigi. What was that?
A lot of people didn't snap out.
Well, Luigi didn't. Instead, he went the other way. We're seeing these reactionaries.
He went the
Right.
comrade way.
That's right. But if they're so afraid of loud noises, why the fuck do they got guns?
Yeah.
What are you
Well,
doing?
he had a suppressor.
He did have a silencer, I guess. But still, he should have had like some big ass earmuffs and maybe
Dude,
like a fucking motorcycle
very
helmet
considerate
and
of
all this
him.
other shit.
So
He should have
literally
screamed like a
like
girl when he shot. Ah! He shot it. Ah! And he ran away. That would have been better. I would have bought that then. But
so
yeah.
So the day after, or maybe even the day of the assassination, I was at the bar and I got talking about it with this dude I know. We're friends, but he's a fucking lefty lunatic. And I basically, at that point, with the limited information that I had, I said, look, I don't know enough about this guy that got killed to say that he deserved it. Like, that's not my style. Like, I need to know more. And he's like, well, that doesn't sound like an anarchist. Like, what, you're taking the side of the bourgeoisie over the proletariat? And I go, look, dude, I'm an anarchist. I'm not a communist. Go fuck yourself. Like, you're putting words in my mouth, and I don't like it. And I'm of the opinion that, like, maybe there's a little more to this story, Like, is that such an extreme? But he got so pissed at me, like I was defending the corporations or whatever. And I'm like, dude,
But there was a situation recently where we had a pollster show up before the election, and she wanted me to, like, we've got a dog, so we deal with the dog and answer the door if it rings, and it's a whole thing. And so I go out and I'm talking to the lady, and she wants me to answer, like, political questions for my wife. I'm like, I'm not going to speak for her.
Right.
She did not like that answer.
What?
She's like, are you sure? I need answers. And I'm like, no.
All right.
You can ask her, but oh wait, the dog. So sorry.
So get this. I alluded to it earlier, but I was recently on a date, if you will, with a girl that's younger than I am, and she's telling me
pedophilia if you're white. Remember that. It's only
no. She's 19. Don't worry. But she's telling me
pedophilia to some people.
Yeah.
You're
Well, I
Epstein.
asked her.
Project 2025 goes in.
I
Samuel's
asked
the
her.
pedophile.
I go. So no college or whatever. Like, you weren't into going to college. She's like, fuck no, fuck all that bullshit. School sucked. I was done. I'm like, okay, I can appreciate that. And she's telling me a little more about it. And she says, I graduated a year early. I graduated as a junior. And I'm like, I didn't even know that was fucking possible, first of all, but cool. And she goes, yeah, the funny thing, though, is that I got suspended about 2 weeks before graduation, because I go, what'd you do? She says, I was making fun of the lesbians in front of me at fucking, at the like lunch counter or whatever, like in the cafeteria, because these fucking lesbians were like, making out, and I was just making fun of them. And I was the one that got suspended. I go, I knew I liked you.
Dude, she's
I
the
mean,
one,
that
dude.
does sound like true
I
love.
think that's all you need. That's all you needed to hear.
I go, I knew I liked you.
Go buy the freaking ring now, because it's over, baby. You're done.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, she might have been a little. She didn't know how old I was, but we'll see what happens.
I also look young for my age.
I go, yeah, I'm 31. Oh, fuck.
Ain't nothing. She is way more mature than any 31-year-old you're probably going to meet any other place.
Literally, Rob, I told her, I go, it's a good thing because I'm very immature for my age.
Yeah, so you guys meet in the middle, right? She's more mature, and you're a turkey who acts goofy all the time. So it's like it's right there.
Exactly. Rob, or I mean to say, Trev, you got anything to say, bro? You still with us?
Yeah, I'm still with you. I'm just thinking about some of the situations that I've been dealing with the last 2 years, and
yeah,
don't worry. Like, the age difference might be kind of weird, but as much as people want to talk about it, women, a lot of them are looking to date older, and everybody gets it. Like,
yeah,
some old dude who was walking by, if he sees you with somebody younger, he's like, I'm proud of you. Good job. You earned it. Clearly.
Right. Yeah. Well, and truth is, we as men are a little slow, and women tend to be a little quicker. in some regards.
There's also something to be said for like, when is a man in the prime? Like usually not till like mid 20s and later. When is a woman in her prime?
Dude, I'm looking forward to when I'm 60 and being in my prime.
Exactly.
That's my goal.
Hell yeah. You know, my dad gave me the best advice.
It's probably
ever.
very naive, but you know.
Well, my dad says, you know, some guys they peak at 15, some guys they peak at 18, some guys they peak at 24. He says, don't ever peak. Just fucking live, you know, like don't.
What are you peaking at?
Well, point being, like don't
stash. Yeah.
I mean, don't ever let your life go downhill. You know what I mean? Like keep it on the uphill trajectory. And I always thought that was good advice, but you know, like I said, I knew everything I needed to know about this girl, frankly, just by observing her and recognizing that she had a, you know, pretty solid head on her shoulders and fucking dude, like people act like you gotta fucking, how do I say? People act like you fucking cannot be an adult until you're, you know, 40. It's like, that's not the case. It depends on your attitude.
You can go fight in a war. You can go ahead and I could have launched a nuke when I was
go
20?
die for your country before you
know?
can drink a beer, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Hell yeah. It's the best thing that ever happened to me.
Drinking a beer or dying for your country?
No, getting the opportunity to sign up and like sign my soul away before I could even like really contemplate what was happening.
Yeah.
Well, at least now the chicks are going to take your place. That's all I'm saying.
I'd say fucking let them.
Equal opportunity, bro. Well, fellas, what do you think? Should we wrap her up? Should we call it a night?
Mike, you know that artist that you had up earlier?
Yeah.
The 80s punk kind of artist.
Yep.
I sent a video in the chat. I don't know if you saw that. Of
In
Bill
the Telegram
Plimpton.
or where?
Have you guys seen Bill Plimpton's animation? I'm sure you have because most of you have probably watched Pink Floyd The Wall.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy did some of the cartoon animation for Pink Floyd's The Wall. But he also has a ton of other stuff. And I didn't actually watch this video to see what it was. I just found the YouTube video and threw it over there.
Bear, is it in the Telegram?
No, it's in StreamYard.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
Sorry.
I'll pull it up. No worries. I was looking for it.
Who's the guy who did the art for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
Oh.
Because he reminds me of that too. It's a similar art style, but
yeah,
like,
I don't think it's the same guy, but you're right. That it is very similar. You're right. Yeah,
It wasn't Bakshi.
It
was
might
it?
even
was
be
it,
the
was
same.
it Bakshi?
Or Banksy?
no, not Banksy.
No.
It might be Bakshi. Ralph.
Yeah.
Huh.
So.
All right, I found it. Here we go.
Sweet.
Hang on one moment. Here it is. For the listener, we're looking at some pretty grotesque shit. I'm not going to even begin to describe.
But all very sketchy and cartoony and goofy.
Very cartoony, yes. I will say nothing about this seems grotesque to me or again, I lack.
If you watch some of his other stuff, it gets there. And some of this might get there. Like, it is, in a way, gory. Like, there's arms coming off and heads exploding and stuff. But yeah, at the same time, it's just cartoony. Oh, look at that, there's nudity. And then he has a suit on, you know? Like,
so
it's a weird kind of fucked up, and, like, technically there's some maybe obscenity and pornography, and yet
obscenity. I struggle to fucking come up with that word, obscenity, because I'm not used to using it in my language or in my lexicon or whatever.
But a lot of this is a social commentary too. In a lot of ways, there's a lot of symbolism going on here. And
Sure.
And I'll bet there's context that we're missing in terms of certain governments and certain time frames.
Yeah.
Well, I tell you what, let's wrap it up with a little music. Give me a second, I'll find it. But we started with a fella named Wheeler Walker Jr. And I think I'll take it back to that. You're gonna have to just forgive me because I'm trying, but I can't find it.
You want to let Ando in because he's trapped in the lobby.
Oh, is he stuck in the lobby?
He's trapped in the closet.
Ando, there you are.
Welcome out
Yo,
of the
I
crystal.
didn't just mic drop on you. My fucking computer logged me out.
Kind of shit the bed on you, huh?
Whatever it was.
Well, somebody fill the air until I find this clip.
I say Andy's good at that. He's great. He's got that radio voice.
Right.
You guys.
So,
go ahead.
I don't know. I think that whenever you see these situations, it's a problem with the way the system is set up. That this guy was able to get away with denying the shit out of people and ruining lives and so many places. Man, I looked. My company that I work for just offered me insurance, and I looked at the rates on that shit, and I'll pay out of pocket. Fuck that. Yeah. That's it.
Dude, even in the private sector or even the public sector, it sucks. It's so bad. I told my wife, don't even put me on the insurance. We'll just wing it. It's not worth it, not by a long shot.
This deductible was like $10,000, and I'm like,
yeah.
You don't have insurance if you have a $10,000 deductible.
Yeah, that's barely
dude, that is really high.
Yeah, it's insane.
I'm lucky, actually. My employer has good health insurance, but the dental and vision are not as good of a deal. And when I do the math, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Has anybody
way
else
too
used?
Expensive.
Have you guys used one of those like crowd health things?
That's where I would go if I lost mine. Sure.
We kind of look into it. It sounds really good. Pete's done several episodes on this. He's had the guy from Crowd Health on, and I was actually just talking about this today. But it looks really good. The thing is, if you live rough lifestyles / smoke cigarettes as much as I used to, I don't think that you qualify. There are other ones that will let you in if you smoke cigarettes, but this one, it doesn't. And I understand. It makes sense to me, but at the same time, well, damn, I would rather have that than this bullshit insurance system. So the whole system is fucked. There's really not much anybody can do about it. This guy tried to do something about it. I'm pretty sure that all the stuff that they say about this guy's back or whatever, and also this guy doesn't even match the. You guys have looked into the eyebrow situation where the eyebrows do not match. That this guy might just be the guy taking credit for it.
Mm-hmm. He's the patsy
and that happens a lot
for the family.
The patsy, yeah.
And I think the family put him up to it. I don't think it's necessarily as organic as they're saying.
Well, if he comes from a rich family, he's definitely been fucked with.
And they're mobbed. They're mobbed up. I mean, just because a Republican doesn't mean they're not part of the mob. I mean, I don't know where they get that from. Guess who else's family is from the Baltimore mob? Pelosi. Guess where he was? In Pelosi's district. Disappeared. Explain that. Who is the guy who beat up Paul Pelosi? Do we have another one of those?
DePappy.
Yeah, David DePappy.
Yeah. Poppin' Pelosi. DePappy Poppin' Pelosi. So,
I'm so glad we remember his name. That unsung hero.
Oh, that story was too good to forget.
A hung man with a hammer.
Very
just
surreal.
what Paul
Yes.
called. Just what Paul asked for.
Yep. Paula, whatever. Who's counting? Nobody.
Well, friends, I think it's about time to wrap her up and put a bow on this bitch. Final thoughts before I do, but yes, there's a reason we remember the name DePappy.
Yeah.
Some stories are more interesting than others, man, and like that's one that I don't think we ever got the final answer to, and I doubt
we're not going to at this point.
I doubt we'll ever get the final answer to this one either.
Here's the thing too: is whenever something happens, you don't need to look for are they on our side or are they on the other side or whichever side they're on. You don't need to give a shit about that. One less healthcare CEO. World's a better place. Sorry, I have to say it.
Yeah, I get you, man. But again, I say, what difference does it make? Someone else is just going to step into that role,
Or
maybe he's going to watch his fucking back.
AI. No, they'll just roll out AI now completely. They'll get rid of the position completely and use it as an excuse. I could definitely see that. And you want to see what kind of denials are going to happen then? Holy shit!
Well, they already did that. That's one of the reasons that they went after this Brian guy was because he did utilize AI, and AI was set up to just deny a third of them for no reason. Just deny one third.
That was only enabled by the out of network legislation that was passed by both houses, right? By both the Senate and the House, both sides, bipartisan support. That was called the, quote, No Surprises Act. And guess what? That was passed during COVID. During the heat of COVID, that was put through because no one would notice. I think any legislation that happened from 2020 to 2023 needs to all be clean slated. All of it. Because that is only one of many that has denied us our rights, through healthcare and various other laws that has basically screwed us.
A sunset on the entire Federal Register.
Right, exactly that. And especially anything that was passed during COVID, especially knowing what we know now, that majority of it was a hoax. Anything they passed healthcare related during that time, wipe, done, get rid of it.
Well, I will maybe reiterate what I've already said, but that's what I find obscene. When it comes to artwork that people are offended by, I think obscenity is a bit of a stretch. When it comes to, policy that affects all of us and is based on a lie, to me, that is the most obscene thing I could imagine. And in the vein of wrapping this motherfucker up, I'm going to share this final thought, final song. And if we have not already been copyright stricken, we will for this. But a little more Wheeler Walker Jr., who again is the most obscene character in country music at this moment.
fuck till dawn. Smoke my drugs till they were gone. Roll on home at 9 a.m. But you want me to fuck again. If my dick wears out a little too fast, girl, I'll get you off with a finger blast. Wife's at home and she plays for keeps. It ain't cheating till you knuckle deep. Use my index, I can use my thumb. Even use my pinky, it'll make you come. Close your eyes, it'll happen real fast. I just got you off with a finger blast. You ain't gotta worry about raising my kids. Cause girl, my fingers, hell they ain't making no jizz. Trust me, babe, you'll feel good. All my fingers, they hard as wood. Please, girl, don't squeeze too tight. Lose my ring, I might lose my wife. If she gets mad, she'll hand me my ass. No one needs to know about that finger blast. Left a trail of jealous men, 'cause girls want dick and I got 10. Words got out and now I'm in demand. Walking around with dildo hands. Don't use my dick, that's a thing of the past. 'Cause all the ladies want is a finger blast. 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 Finger blast.
All right. I almost cut it off halfway, but that song is just so good. And I want to point out the fact that I'm a fan of Wheeler Walker Jr. because I feel like if he gets jailed for obscenity, so will I.
Yeah.
You catch my drift?
Yeah. And
Yeah,
I have
well.
to also say that songs like that have made my life better.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it have literary, artistic, or educational value?
Artistic, definitely.
Kinda.
And
Artistic.
educational.
It's
Social commentary.
What did they say? Beauty
Yeah, it's
is in the
commentary.
eye of the beholder. You know.
That's right.
So animation in the style of Pink Floyd, music in the style of ZZ Top.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and actually, you could say animation in the style of Mike. What was his name? Dahlia. I think
Diana.
it was. Yeah. Very similar. That's why my brain often works faster than my mouth. But Wheeler Walker Jr. and Mike Dahlia are the same, in my opinion. Grotesque, fucking borderline over the line, if you will. But they are artists. And let them be. Fucking let them be, man. Because like I said, if you ban it, if you censor it, you're only going to get fucking more of it.
That's right.
Yeah, and I gotta say, like, I'm into music, and there are bands that have a very satanic element and some dark content and blah blah blah. Obviously, Marilyn Manson and blah blah blah. There's something like Tool's albums have taught me so much about music. They might be Wiccans or whatever. They might be, and they ride that line. Like, they use sacred geometry and stuff, right?
So expand.
So-
What have they taught you, Bear?
just listening to the music, learning the rhythms. They've taught me about music. Like
different odd time signatures,
how to play it. Yeah, how different timings interact with each other, because they're always kind of mixing different time signatures together and stuff like that, and in a way that makes sense on a level that I can't even intellectually quite understand, but biologically I somehow kind of do understand it.
It's the Fibonacci sequence, man.
Yes. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
That's a big part of it. Yeah.
Well, if I
there's
can,
Guar.
I will say, man, like writing my book, and I really do. I'm about ready. I want to write another. I still need to finish the audio book. Ando, I know you're waiting, but point being, there were chapters that I wrote that I even knew as I wrote them. I'm like, this is a little bit much for some folk, but it's still, in my opinion, it's still art, and I stand by it. I don't have any shame. I wrote what I wrote. There's sex. There's what you might think of as smut, but I don't think it's smut. I think it's art. And so it is a very, very thin line. And again, to say what I said at the beginning.
You didn't portray any kind of rape or...
No, of course not. Of course not. My point is, if somebody wanted to call it smut, they could, but it wasn't. It never was. And I'm of the opinion that you should leave art alone. And even if it doesn't appeal, or it doesn't appeal to your interests or your tastes, let it be. Because if you fight it, it's like the worst thing you can do if you're making fun of somebody. If you're making fun of somebody, the worst thing you can do is tell them exactly what you're making fun of, because they'll just do more of it.
Telling you, Mike, send your novel out to women's prisons.
They'd love it.
They'll love it.
You're probably right. You are.
It's really weird. It's like oh, cool.
Mike,
I'm watching a sci-fi movie. Oh wait, this is a porno. Oh wait.
You could probably get
this is a Western. Oh, I get it now.
Like, donate a bunch of them as like gifts to the prisons, and you could probably get a tax deduction out of it.
Yeah,
there's that. Yeah,
I could call it a charity.
Way to go.
Yeah. Say, mark it up a bit so that way you'll lose even more.
Right.
I'm about this. Let's make Mike famous.
There you go.
This is how you do it.
I think that's viable.
I ran this math a long time ago. I was like, all right, so Mike sends 10 copies to every women's prison, and yeah, there you go. Your mic's off, Mike.
Way to go.
Your mic.
Oh, Mike is
My bad.
muted.
My mic's off. I was just saying, yeah, we could all be rich if we just made money off smut,
And tax write-offs.
It's not smut necessarily. There's this cool element where there's like a dude who sees demons. There's
there's a whole lot.
Yeah.
There's a whole lot.
Is this the part where you tell us you've made money off of smut?
I
don't think I have.
Andy sells foot picks. It's that thick toe. He likes that thick toe.
Oh yeah, well,
dude,
if you guys want to see a foot right here,
that thing's
here
worth
you go,
some
here
money.
you go for the YouTube viewers. That is a fucking foot right there. How weird is that?
Yeesh.
Don't you have web toes or some shit, bro?
Yeah, that's what I was showing off.
Yeah,
dude. I was giving the
Fucking
world.
Aquaman. Aquaman. What the fuck?
Well, folks, I don't want to, I'm far from the first person to shut down a conversation early, but I think it's about time we wrap her up. What do you say?
Yeah. I'm down.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Dudes, Merry Christmas, man. It's really good to see all y'all.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Merry Christmas, man.
Christmas.
Yeah. And we
We're
made
gonna
it
make
through we made it through an entire episode without talking about Jews.
Whoa.
Well, we almost did.
We talked about pornography without talking about Jews. That's
I
like
know.
wow.
It's
How did
amazing.
we
It's
do that?
amazing. Yeah. I just had to put that in there. All right. Well, friends, if you know, you know. If you don't, you don't. But that's about all we got. So love you. I gotta find the outro. Hang on. Here we go.
What came down?
Go to thebearsnare.com.
There we go. Oh yeah, everybody plug. Make your plugs. I'm Mike the Polymath, Easy Peasy Podcast, and I'll pass it over to Bear Snare.
Well, like I said, thebearsnare.com. But also, when it comes to all this obscenity and stuff, just don't corrupt children. That's what it comes down to.
Yeah,
that's really what it is. Like,
just don't be a
adults
creep.
consume adult content if you want, but don't corrupt children. Like, innocence is very precious. So that's what I have to say.
Don't be a creepazoid.
Amen.
All right,
I ain't got nothing to
over
plug.
to Trev.
I have nothing to plug, so I'll just pass it to Andy.
Burn Babylon Burn and the Doom Kitchen. libertylinks.io/the Doom Kitchen. Rob.
And this is Rob here at the Black Labs Podcast, BALQLABS. I might start actually doing my own show here soon, like a big boy, but I don't know.
I think I just went too high and never came down.
So that's where I'm at.
Keep us in the loop, Rob. We'd love to know what you're up to.
Amen. Thank you.
Last I
All
saw,
right.
your show was inactive.
Oh, really? Uh-oh. Oh, well.
That's
I
what
gotta
my
fix that.
podcatcher told me.
Yeah.
That's just the Jews saying that.
It is. Even though I'm one of them, but whatever. Or at least part Jew. Whatever. They
Well-
didn't even give me a break. Damn.
Wait, you're Jewish?
Jewish.
Part Ashkenazi. Jews in my family, not us.
Well, friends, it's been a while, but I'm glad we're back. Here we are. WTF Forum. You get what you pay for,
Merry Christmas!
Merry Christmas. Yeah.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays.